Oh, that's right. Okay, it's over with. You don't get Brother Jill?
Call this meeting of the Macon County Commissioners to order. My last time to say that, probably. But welcome to all of you. Glad you're here, and appreciate your attendance and interest in our county. As far as announcements, Mike, we have that video, so they're going to play that remotely. So, team in the other room, if you can hear me, we're ready for the video, please.
Hello and welcome to the County Update video for November 2016. This video is produced by the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners each month to keep county officials informed about association activities. Let's begin this month with an update on the NCACC's role in Hurricane Matthew recovery. The NCACC has been serving as point of contact between North Carolina county officials and Governor McCrory's office for their questions to the governor during the recovery effort after Hurricane Matthew. The NCACC website has a banner at the top of each page that links to the Matthew Recovery Information page, where all of the information available to the association is posted for easy access by county officials. We welcome your feedback on how that process worked in this event. Please email communications@ncacc.org with your comments or questions. And if you have Hurricane Matthew recovery related questions for the governor's office, please email help@ncacc.org. The NCACC Board of Directors held a historic meeting in September in Washington, D.C. President Fred McClure kicked off his presidency by holding his first board meeting as president at NACO headquarters in D.C. Board members from across North Carolina spent 2 days in the nation's capital to meet with the state's top federal elected officials, including Senators Tom Tillis and Richard Burr, and members of the U.S. House of Representatives. The trip came at the invitation of Senator Tom Tillis, and the Board of Directors was able to hear briefings from top private sector leaders, federal government officials, and senior members of Senator Tillis' staff on a wide range of issues, including the federal budget and appropriations process, the impact of mental health on public safety, the need to expand broadband access in rural communities, as well as national security and the defense industry. Legislative goals consideration is underway as steering committees are meeting to discuss goals that have been proposed by counties. The process will continue as the steering committees send their proposals to the Legislative Goals Committee. The legislative goals for the next biennium will be finalized at the Legislative Goals Conference in January. For more information on the process, visit ncacc.org/legislative goals. We encourage county officials to participate in steering committees, and each of the NCACC's 7 steering committees meet quarterly. Steering committees provide the greatest opportunity for individual county commissioners to get more involved with the association. Membership on the steering committees is open to all county commissioners, as well as county staff who might have a particular interest or expertise. For more information on NCACC steering committees, visit ncacc.org/steering committees. Well, that's all we have for this month. Thank you for watching and allowing us to keep you updated on your association's activities. If you'd like more information on anything we discussed here, please visit www.ncacc.org or contact us directly using the information on your screen. Thanks again for joining us, and we'll see you next month.
All right, thank you very much. If you would, let's stand at this moment for a moment of silence, and then I'm going to ask Commissioner Beal, if you would, to please lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance to the flag of our country.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thanks for being seated. Next item is public hearing. We do not have one tonight. Public comment period. Our Sergeant Arms brought me the sheet and had no one sign up. Does anybody want to speak to the board about anything? No. Everybody happy? Good. All right. That's good news. Let's go on. Glad to live in Macon County. Additions to the agenda. Mr. Manager, you had
Yes, sir. If I could, Mr. Chairman, if we could please have Mr. Mike DeWitt, the incident commander with the Southern Area Incident Management Team. He's here with us tonight with Mr. Warren Caven, Mr. Todd Siegel, and some other gentlemen that have been assisting with this fire. Todd Doster back there, and been doing a great job. This has been a tragedy here in Macon County, as we all know. Pleased to have him with us here tonight to give us a report. If we could move him to 9A,
Okay.
reports and presentations, and then that would bring, that would make the current 9A, 9B, and the current 9B, 9C.
Okay.
Also,
Michael, what's your last name?
D-U-D-I-T-T.
oh, also, if we could pull from the agenda item 11H. 11H, that'll be under new business.
Which one, Mr. Manager?
Item 11H under new business, that would be business development center lease. We will not be discussing that tonight.
Okay. Dave?
Mr. Chairman, a couple other items. In addition to removing 11H, we need to remove 11C2. Got a little additional work I need to do with Ms. Angel in connection with the proposed interlocal agreement.
Okay.
In addition, Mr. John Fay contacted me. As you know, he's over the housing program, and we have had one of the loans for housing assistance mature. It's time to cancel that. I need more authority to cancel and get trust.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Good. Gary?
Mr. Chairman, we need to bring to the board's attention, we have been working closely with the Lutheran Church about additional parking for the senior citizens. I think the county attorney has been working, we've been conveying information. We have reached an agreement on those 13 parking spots. It still sounds like maybe it's a huge deal. So we have reached agreement on those, and so this board needs to, tonight, we'll bring that before the board to go ahead and approve the county manager and the county attorney to go ahead and move forward.
Okay, you got that ready?
Finish that
The
deal.
agreement has been drafted and approved, my understanding. I do not have a copy of it that you received,
I can have us that time.
but it has been back and forth, and my understanding it has been approved.
Yes. Okay. Let's make that 11H. What do you want to call that, Commissioner Bill?
Parking agreement for senior citizens.
Okay. We'll make 11H parking agreement replacing the business development. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Jim? Forward. I have one, and I brought this up for discussion and thought it indicated I want to put it back on the agenda, but if it's okay if you guys want to make under old business 10F, Parker Meadows discussion. We discussed the loan amount, all that, and I'd like to just bring it back up since I won't be able to after this. Okay, that's it. With the changes, I'd recommend approving the agenda as amended. We have a motion to do that. Second by Shields. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Okay. Mike, you got moved to the top of the heap, brother. So, and let me say thank you for what you guys are doing. Can we remind me where you're from? I'm out of Tallahassee, Florida. Out of Tallahassee, Florida. So many of these people that are working our areas, Warren can attest, are from all over the country, and we've got some of the worst fires anywhere. I think now the Tellico fire is the largest in the history of the state of North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
It's on the list, it's not quite there.
Okay. Well, we don't get there. But these guys do a super job. Myself and a couple other, couple of sitting legislators and me as a legislator elect went out there and they gave us a great briefing early Sunday, and I can say you're doing a good job and appreciate you. So we wanted him to come tonight and just give us, the community, an update, give us a chance to ask any questions that you have, and that kind of thing. This will be very informal, so, and more than thank you. So Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board.
If you would, just let me get your mic.
Okay. Check 1, 2? Yeah. Okay.
Is it on?
No. Not, it's not on?
Yes.
It's just not loud. I can project it a little bit if I need to. Okay, is that better? All right, well, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight with you, and certainly a devastating event here for North Carolina after just getting over Hurricane Matthew down for the coastal residents, and we have something of this proportion. Certainly hadn't seen any activity like this since the 1950s in this part of the country, so we're glad that we can come serve, but sorry for the residents that everybody has to be affected as they have. Just an update on the Tellico and the Farabee fire. We'll show it as 75% contained. The acreage has stopped growing. We've got perimeter control around all areas of the fire. Nursing on a few acres down here and there, but 13,679 acres in the mountains. That's a very large fire. And certainly the largest in that area since the 50s. There was about a 10,000 acre fire there back in 1952, and in that same part of the country. So a lot of the residents have been affected by that, but we have been working real close with Macon County EMS and Swain and Clay, all of the counties around here on the fires that we've been involved in, and thankfully we've been able to recommend that the evacuations all be lifted. So folks are able to get back. Been working with Duke Energy to get in there and do assessments so that the power can get all turned back on, and I believe that's all been accomplished now. So things are looking a lot better from that standpoint. The next thing on our radar screen, continuing to keep the lines blowed out and mopped up the perimeter around all of those houses and that edge that we've got, probably 40 miles of edge that we've got just around that one fire that we're dealing with. Just a lot of nooks and crannies and getting all those turns made. The fire down to the south of us is going to be posing another threat to Macon County, coming across the Georgia line. It's still about 1.25 miles south of the border, but not a lot of ground to operate on in there. So there's another incident management team like ours, one of the Type 1 incident management teams, came in from the Pacific Northwest, and we do this. You know, our southern team comes, we go out west a lot, and whenever we have more needs in the southeast, they'll bring their teams down here. They got set up and took control of that fire this morning down at Clayton, Georgia, as their command post, and we shared some of the resources that we had up here, and we moved 4 of our 20-person crews and 4 bulldozers down there to help those guys get started. Working in and around Tate City, and I'm trying to get those structures protected, and then working up the flanks up towards the Georgia-North Carolina border in there. We did put in an area closure for a large portion of the National Forest that went into effect today so that we can close gates and get campers out, and the whole Appalachian Trail through the National Forest is now closed just because we've got so much activity going on in there. We need to get in there and make sure that we get all of the areas swept and all of the hikers out of that area and get everything posted so that we don't have anybody caught by that fire racing up some of those mountains in there. Still working on the fire over the Boteler fire over near Shooting Creek. There's a gap over there too. But Shooting Creek, that one's still giving us some headaches up on the northeast side of it. That's closest to Macon County. There are some residents that we've just made aware, but we do have lines around that fire, and we're making good progress on it. So trying to help out everything, and we did get a new start this afternoon down around the Highlands area, down around Iron Bridge. It's about 4 acres. We've got crews on it that are taking action on that. We're trying to get it suppressed. And they expected to have it within a couple hours. We should have a containment line on it. A lot of activity, most of them human caused, and we're still trying to do investigations on all of those and get as much information on the start locations as we can. I really appreciate. I've been doing this for 30 years, and you're not going to find as good of support as we've gotten in this community right here. You guys have a lot to be proud of from your citizens, and we just can't thank you enough for all the outpouring of spiritual support and needs that if they think you need it, they brought it. Some that we didn't ever think of we needed that they brought. So we really appreciate that. We don't get that everywhere we go. We certainly can tell the thanks that folks have. And I'll entertain any questions if folks have any. Yes, sir.
If we have a outdoor activity planned, like not this weekend, but the next weekend, a big outdoor activity, you want to take a guess on whether we should have it or not?
Probably going to be all right by next week. From the fires that we know of now. Now, that's not to say that you won't get another one north or south of you that's dumping smoke into the air shed here. From these fires by next weekend, you should be okay. Still going to be some smoke around.
And maybe it was the weather patterns came through, but today seemed to be the clearest day.
We've had a couple of weeks, a lot stronger northerly push, and we didn't have near as many fires north of us. We've done a good job of getting more of those up country extinguished. So there wasn't as much smoke to push down. Now south of us, on that from here to I-20, it was a solid cloud of smoke.
Really?
Yes, sir. Wow.
And that's from here?
From here, South Carolina broke a big fire over in just east of Greenville, about 30 or 40 miles, a couple of thousand acres, and it had a plume all the way to the Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
I guess I was called up towns have Christmas parades, those type things. You're in a situation, you don't know whether to tell the people to continue with that, or to buy, or if you just say, look, we need to close it out this year, or it's going to be okay. It's a gamble.
It's going to be a gamble, but my gamble would be that you're going to be okay. That would be my advice. In Franklin. Again, that can be affected by something in Tennessee, but that would be my recommendation.
Mike, do you see any, until like Sunday when we were out there and everybody was talking, and I think the gentleman said until there's significant rain, then there'll probably be a presence in Macon County. Is that your opinion?
That is true. We've got so many fires now that we got 19 that we're going back to on a daily basis. Checking to make sure that nothing's got out of the line, because all it takes is one ember. We're still getting leaves falling just like you normally would in October. They're still falling. And we have to tend to it.
But if you've not been out to the command center and saw all these folks there and how they're organized and the job our EMS staff has done, you cannot say enough about our folks. And of course, Mike and all the folks that's here. You can't tell how much we appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And that's the fact.
Thank you for all the support.
One other question.
Yes, sir.
Warren, you may be, when does the school system get the break away from when they can go outside, and the band can go outside, have outside activities, sports?
I know the public health director's been in contact with Mr. Baldwin and some of the staff there, and they've been providing them with those updates as far as the different air quality levels that are being put out every day. I would probably have to defer to him to tell you the exact answer to that, but I do know there's been a lot of communication back and forth with those folks to try and make sure that our kids are as safe as they can be, both in and out of it.
Air quality was 5 yesterday. Did that improve?
Yeah, I didn't see the number value, but I would say it would have to be a 3 today at the highest.
Yeah. Got questions?
Any structures lost or anything? What damage have we?
We've had one small structure that was damaged, an outbuilding that was damaged or destroyed, but no homes and no residences. Yeah, it's incredible. We've, you know, for the everything, I've been doing this a long time, and we have burned more houses on these fires than I can remember. And sometimes in Texas, we would burn through a whole town, and something like that. Just for what started as a rural fire, we've been around probably 500 or 600 houses just on these three big ones and the small ones that we've had.
And the tragedy is it lessens the fire danger for
That's right.
40, 50 years.
Well, not quite that long. You know, the leaves are the biggest driver, those small fuels, so they can carpet themselves and still burn, but the intensity and the resistance to control is a lot less by that area being freshly burned. So
Is this killing the rhododendron, and is it doing damage to the
it'll top kill it, and if it stays burning around the roots of it, it'll kill it down into the roots. So the matter really depends on how long it stays there. But just that flash fire, it'll just take the tops out and it'll already sprout.
So it's not extremely hot?
We haven't had a lot of high intensity fires. What we would consider we'd need to go in and do soil stabilization and things like that. These have been pretty moderate from an intensity standpoint.
Yeah, I came out those ones that thank Warren, Todd, and all the guys, but that's pretty well. Someone called me and said, "Well, they don't have enough food." Why, you guys
We're swimming in
well on the ship. Now, the Job Corps was preparing to make lunches. They took for half of them. I mean, they're set up. They got a commercial kitchen, training. They got a program, a culinary program. So pretty well oiled.
Yeah.
Boys do this for a living.
That's right. We've done it a time or two. So. But we also brought in the Baptist Men's Association. They brought in their kitchen down there. They're just getting set up yesterday, and that's going to really boost our capabilities. But the Job Corps kids will still be there dialed in with us.
We appreciate it.
Mike, thank you for being in Macon County. Thank you for what you do. And, as Paul said, we do realize you get paid to do this, but it's a dangerous job, and it's one that we need the expertise. Thank you. I'll say this for the record. Mike can agree before he leaves. He did tell me that you mentioned our EMS folks said it was some of the finest he'd ever worked with anywhere. This man worked all over the country. So, something to be proud of. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. We'll keep you one. We'll renew your contract for another month. That's it. All right. Very good. Do appreciate everybody here is Macon County resident. I'm I know you are very grateful for these people that come in. 90% of them from outside our state. From as far away as Alaska. How many different states are here?
I know 42 different states.
42 states. So, it's amazing. All right. We have Lowell Monteith, a proclamation regarding National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week.
Good evening, board, and I don't know how to come behind that because they're, those guys are doing an awesome job taking care of our community. I work in Highlands, and so I saw a lot of smoke and the helicopters going, dropping water on the fire, and it was just amazing to see how they're able to contain the fires. But I wanted to come and talk to you guys tonight about National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week. I believe that there has been a proclamation given to each one of you guys to read over and look over. Is that correct? And so we're asking the County Board of Commissioners to adopt that proclamation to recognize National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week and what we are trying to do as an organization and as a community to improve what we have to offer to homelessness here in this county. There's a lot of different food organizations that give out food and offer food services. The hunger side of this, I don't think, is nearly as much of an issue as the homelessness side is. But we would like to recognize National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week here in Macon County. It is an organization that started this, I think it was back in 2013, and this is a nationwide thing that is going on all over the country right now. And we just kind of jumped on board with them to join forces to kind of paint a picture for the county and for the nation of the reality that there is still a need to handle homelessness and hunger here in our country. And so I came, and I'll entertain any questions from you guys about this week and about what we're doing and what we're offering to homeless folks here in the county, and we would like your support.
You still on your sleep-in Friday night?
Yeah, we're still having a sleep-in on Friday night. It's called a Night in My Shoes, and what that will do is raise awareness to what it's like to be stuck out in the cold. You know, as close as we can get to making it real life. You know, we're going to be somewhere where we can go in if it gets too cold. But the goal is that folks, you know, my intention, my goal behind it was to get folks like y'all that make the decisions here in this county and some of the police department and some of the sheriff's department to come and do this in honor of homelessness and find out what it really is like to sleep outside and not be able to escape it. I don't know that I'll get any of you guys signed on for that this year. We're going to do it every year, and so maybe next year you guys will have a little more time with them for it. On Saturday the 19th, we're going to have a big community day event out at Bloomington Farms. There's going to be a lot of different things going on there. We've got a lot of different companies and businesses here in town and in Highlands that have given stuff for us to raffle off. We're going to have a grease pig contest. So any of you commissioners that would like to chase around a greasy pig.
Commissioner Tate.
Commissioner Taylor's an expert at that.
Love to have you out there chasing that pig around. We're going to have a lot of cool stuff going on, bouncy houses, and just a lot of stuff to keep the community involved and get them involved. And there'll be a lot of information there and different ways for people to get involved in volunteering or supporting homelessness and hunger in some way or another. One of the other things that we're doing is on Thursday, and this is going to be a big one too. You guys just remember the veteran stand down that just happened here a couple of weeks ago, where we kind of piggybacked off their idea, and then we're doing what's called Hearts for the Homeless, and it will be at the community building gym, and we're going to provide medical checkups, dental checkups, haircuts, laundry services, which of course we can't provide there, but we're going to cart those folks over to the laundromat, let them get their laundry done. We're going to give them new coats, new shoes, basically a whole new outfit, so that when they leave there, they've got something that they didn't when they came in. They've been checked for blood pressure and some of the more major things that they can be checked for. And then we're hoping with the last little push that we have, we'll be able to talk a couple doctors' offices into giving free secondary checkups after these checkups. If somebody has an issue that they need to get checked or spoken about, then we'll have a doctor that we can send them to and refer them to from Thursday. So we've got a lot going on, and I know we've not done a whole lot of fundraising in the past, but we're trying to get more involved in the community and get the community more involved in the impact of homelessness here in our county. And our intent through this whole thing is to impact homelessness as a whole. The Father's House has decided and pledged that we're going to split all the funds that are raised through this whole week between Making New Beginnings, Reach, and the Father's House. So all the money will be split up 3 ways. and present it to those other two organizations on Saturday. If they, I don't know if they show up or not, but it's to be presented to them. If they're not there, we'll mail them the checks or we'll drop them off at their offices or whatever. So we ask that you guys would get involved any way that you can, and that you would adopt this proclamation of support for what we're doing here in Macon County.
What is, on the proclamation I was just reading over, and the shortage of affordable housing in Macon County for very low-income residents. I know that we did recently, behind Kmart over there, it's not Section 8 housing, but it is affordable housing for low-income residents. And I was just wondering, do you have any figures on the occupancy rates of that? Or we're also building, I think there's another one, same kind of housing complex is going in on Siler Road, if I'm not mistaken, over there. And I was just wondering, it seems like we've made pretty good strides here.
Let me explain a little deeper into that, because there is low-income housing. The issue is most of these folks that have become homeless have horrible credit records. And so for them to get in a facility with bad credit is almost impossible. It's quite difficult for someone who has a bad credit history or a bad credit record to lease an apartment like that. It's difficult. There's a lot of hurdles for them to jump, and a lot of the times they don't fit the qualifications of those specific low-income housing. And me and Mr. Beal were talking earlier about there has been an increase in low-income housing, but there's been a decrease in, like, say, trailers or things like that, where it's personal belonging. It's more of a personal rental rather than a big apartment complex, because they're quite difficult sometimes for those folks to get into those. So there is low-income housing, but for some of the folks that we deal with on a regular basis, their credit hinders them from being able to meet the qualifications to get into some of those low-income houses.
And see, that's why I was asking, because the proclamation says there is a shortage of housing for very low-income residents, and I know that the town has given some incentives, as well as the county, for these folks to come in here and build these complexes. And I just, the proclamation, by reading the proclamation, it just kind of points to the other way a little bit, and I'll just
well, and I think for me to try and put all that information that I just gave you on that proclamation, I wouldn't know how to word it correctly. But the issue is not necessarily the low-income housing, even though all of those low-income housing apartments are full all the time. The ones that are there now are full. I don't believe there's any openings. I don't know personally, because like I said, half of the folks that we deal with have been turned down from running those places, even if they have cash.
Right. And that was all I was wondering, if you had any vacancy information on the places that we have established.
At the moment, I don't have any vacancy info on those, but in the past, as we've tried to use those places, maybe it was full, or there were specific clients that were dealing with credit has hindered them from being able to get into those kind of facilities.
And has Reach and Making New Beginnings, are they experiencing the same kind of thing with your organization?
I think, I can't speak for either one of those organizations, but I think that it's an issue all the way around. A lot of the times, I know Making New Beginnings they have an impact more on folks that are very recently homeless or are on the brink of becoming homeless. And so they don't deal with the same people that we deal with as far as chronically homeless. That's who we deal with, where those are chronically homeless that have kind of built a lifestyle around being homeless, and our intent is to take them out of that lifestyle and put them back into a life like we would normally lead. And so Reach and Making New Beginnings for sure is probably dealing with people that are not quite at that level of having their credit so destroyed and having some of the issues that we deal with as far as crime laws and stuff. But I can't, once again, I can't speak for them. I don't represent them. But I imagine that folks they're dealing with are not quite in the same circumstance that the folks we deal with are. But I do, I see, I run into people all the time that utilize the resources of making new beginnings, and there's no other resources for them. And so I can only imagine through the experience that I have that there's not a whole lot more that they're making new beginnings can do for these folks.
Something that might help, Mr. Chairman, is making new beginnings is, at least it's in a partnership with Macon Co Cooperatives. Not only for, to see it for some of these folks, especially the children that's involved, and maybe find some of these places that, you know, if they do have bad credit or the departments that are available at their place. And so that's going to be an interesting partnership and to see if that will help alleviate some of these folks. And some folks choose to be homeless. They're county surfers and they choose to be that. We've dealt with it for a long time. So, but to say that we recognize that hunger and homelessness continue to be a serious problem, a lot of that is, you know, we're always talking today, they choose to be that way. That's their choice, not every case, but there are people that's out there working to help those, and I think Lord is one of those to help try to bring them out of the substance abuse. And you see that they went down that road and no longer have a home for whatever reason, and so and they become homeless, and so until they reach out, maybe get help, and that help available. But I think the new beginnings and that partnership with Macon Co Commissioners is hope for a lot of those folks. Those are some of the folks that roll.
The only thing more you're asking us to do is just make a proclamation that November the 12th through the 20th, just put a little spotlight on the national hunger.
I mean, personally, I'm asking each one of you guys to get involved in any way that you possibly feel led to do so. But as the Board of Commissioners, I'm just asking that you guys adopt this proclamation.
Just put the spotlight on the need.
Has Reach and Making New Beginnings, have they approved the proclamation?
I don't know. I've sent it to them. They don't. Reach doesn't really work with other organizations like us. They deal with that as well. So as far as what we deal with, it's completely outside of their scope.
Do they know the names on the?
Yes, both organizations know the name is on it. And I have not gotten any sort of letters requested to remove the names from it, so that I imagine that they're fine with it being on it.
Chester, your question on that?
He's just mentioning with everybody and stuff, with providers also, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think in any way that we noted that any of those organizations are working together or working hand in hand, but just that those three organizations are impacting homelessness here in the county. And I personally believe that all three of those organizations are making an impact on homelessness here in the county.
If you want to experience this, walk down Greenway. And some of us had the opportunity to do that a few weeks ago. And it's hurtful to walk down and see some of the conditions that people are choosing, I'm going to say that way, to live in. And by putting a spotlight on it, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, I think as the community becomes more and more involved and aware of the issue, there'll be more and more opportunities for us to resolve some of those issues as far as people staying on the greenway or people staying in the bathrooms at the parks and those kind of things. Because the reality is, here's my concern. If I'm cold and I'm about to freeze to death, you can guarantee I'm going to go find somewhere warm to get. And so as the community, we can either choose to punish people for being in the condition that they're in, or offer them a way to get out of the condition that they're in. And so we're asking, instead of making it a punishment and making it more difficult for the community and the county of Macon to recognize that it's an issue and help us to help them resolve and find ways out of that condition rather than making it more difficult for them.
Move this along. Make a motion that this resolution be accepted. That we recognize November 12th through the 20th, 2016 as National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a second. Motion by Commissioner Higgins. Discussion.
Faith, what you do, boy?
Let's see what you're talking about.
Homeless, doesn't matter how you got there, you're there.
Yeah,
I mean, it does matter, but
our goal is not really to look at how people got there, but
Yeah,
to see them get out and put them back into society.
it's gonna feel bad, and I appreciate what you do, man.
As far as discussions, let me, County Manager is more than capable of speaking for himself, but I know his heart. I think Teresa can question that. We've got to be careful. We do resolutions that we don't make editorial statements about things that we're not sure of. That makes sense?
I understand.
So,
I completely understand where.
and we get to you saying that, but when we pass this, it's us saying it. So I think what he was saying was, he was questioning whether there is really a shortage of available housing, or maybe there's a shortage of ways to get people in. Eric, I won't speak for you, but
Right, no, that's, yeah, exactly. I wanted to be, just know where this information came from, that we do have a serious problem with homelessness or a serious problem with
Are there any numbers on that? I mean, we look at the numbers all the time. Do you see numbers on that?
I haven't seen it. That's why I asked him, because I haven't.
with his defense, he didn't include numbers here.
You mean on the number of homeless?
A serious problem. We're going to say there's a serious problem in Macon County.
When Bork was here last time, he said he didn't work at 15.
I can tell you, Making New Beginnings put out a statement sometime earlier in the year that they had already helped 200 or 150 people in 2016. And I can tell you, in the last couple of years since we've been in operation, we've seen 126 people show up looking for help.
You see them in the health department.
I've said that we have a list of ways that they can get involved or help, including Making New Beginnings, and every local phone number for every resource that we have come up with over the years. And most of the time, those local resources which they call me back and say, hey, I have this person that's looking for help, can you help them? So the reality is there's not a whole lot of resource in our county, in our town, that can help somebody in that condition. And I understand that, I get that. And we're happy to be able to at least provide what little small amount of resource we can provide. But in the last couple of years, we've had 126 people come to us looking for help. And Making New Beginnings in 2016 has had 150 people come to them and offer them some form of assistance or another. So the numbers are much bigger than what I think.
I bet you go to the Greenway tonight. You find 8 to 10 in the shelters. I'm pointing on the left still all the time. You have 8 to 10 trying to get in bathrooms, trying to do things right. But they've made bad choices, but they're there. And all the shelters and bathrooms down through there.
Well, and the opportunity is here for us as a community to offer them something that they don't have. And that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to awaken the community to that there is an issue, and give individuals in the community or businesses in the community and folks like y'all the opportunity to get plugged into some way or another to make an impact on homelessness. I don't think we're ever going to eliminate homelessness. I don't think that's a possibility. What I do think is that all those that desire to come out should be given an opportunity in some form or fashion to get the themselves out of homelessness and back into society. And that's what we're trying to do.
Lastly, Lord, I had received an email from Bob Burt kind of saying that these events with this homeless week hadn't been planned in coordination with New Beginnings, and there was no agreement for splitting the proceeds and things like that. So that's why I was asking about
Yeah, we didn't
them being included on that.
have the whole set of plans in order, because, and I can personally get into that with you afterwards.
Well, I was just
But
wondering.
we don't, I sent out multiple emails and messages to both organizations and let them know that this is what we were doing. Here was a copy of our proclamation. I never received any response as far as please remove our names from this proclamation. And I've taken that proclamation to the town of Highlands, to the town of Franklin, and now to the county commissioners.
Let me interject, Mr. Chairman, here if I could, to expedite this. I think Mr. Shields was right, and Lowell agreed to his statement. What the purpose of this is to recognize this as National Hunger and Homelessness Week. That's the purpose of this. And I think what I'm hearing from at least one commissioner and county manager, we want to make sure, you have to understand, we have to look at this thing from 30,000 feet. We got to make sure we don't editorialize or do anything in the proclamation that makes it look like we're saying something. So let me make this recommendation. Why don't we just leave it as is, just up in the second paragraph where it says, including the shortage of affordable housing, because county manager was asking about that. Let's just take that out and make the county for very low income residents. And continue with it, just take out that one part of that line. And then the paragraph where it says, whereas Macon County Commissioners recognize that hunger and homelessness continue to be a serious problem for many individuals and families in Macon County, just remove that paragraph. And that way we're not, there's nothing else in there that's editorializing or, take the names out. Because the Father's House is here, and the media's covering this, and the other two, we're not sure if they want their name in, so just remove them.
I think that's entirely appropriate, should the board decide to do so. Those are recitals in the resolution that really do not affect the ultimate resolution, which is what I think Mr. Shields' motion addresses.
Right.
To recognize the problem.
And we'll leave that untouched. That'd be my recommendation. That addresses the problems that you guys have mentioned about it. If you could go with that. Again, just strike the line, including the shortage of affordable housing in Macon County for very low income residents. Rest that the same. The third paragraph, just take out the words, including the Father's House for each of Macon Beginnings, and then just remove the paragraph, whereas the Macon County Commissioners recognize. Do that.
It still proclaims the national hunger and homelessness.
It does. And it does what Gary said, it does what Lowell said he wanted this to accomplish. So I'm trying to, we don't need to split vote on a resolution. It needs to be unanimous or not, in my opinion. But if you live with that, I'd offer that as an amendment to your motion.
Okay, well, I feel like our focus is on that week.
It is. You know, my intention of putting the names in there was to recognize the organizations that are impacting homelessness, so that maybe if somebody reading the newspaper that reads this proclamation says, oh, well, let me go support that organization or that organization. So with that being said, you know, I understand that you guys don't want to editorialize something or put something out there that
We've had a
causes
precedent.
county an issue.
We've had a precedent in the past that Board of Education came to, remember the NCAE came to us with a resolution we felt like was offering opinions about things, and even though we're very much for public education, we did not pass that resolution at all. So what I'm offering is, I think that we take those lines out that are causing a little heartburn. I've sent from at least one of our commissioners and our county manager, and it still accomplishes what Mr. Shields said. I think that all would you accept that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
How does this regulation take place? Does he have to take back any time?
We'll do it. We'll take care of it.
All right, Ms. Lowell, come back and look at it and see if he can live with what we corrected or what we deleted.
Well, I think
what
the board passed.
The board chooses to adopt that resolution. It's the board resolution.
But I think I'm sensible that if we take something out, that Lowell's gonna feel uncomfortable. take it out, you might want to just take it.
My whole point was to get in the newspapers and get it from you guys.
It's gonna be.
If you guys have to take something out or add something to it, whatever you need to do, as long as it does not hinder us recognizing national heritage.
I didn't want to, yeah. And Gary's accepted that amendment. My suggestion, Paul's also accepted it. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Well, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, very good. Mr. Wayne Sheffield. Hey, Wayne. I didn't see you. You were sitting on the front row, and I walked past it on the way in. Wayne is a former county commissioner. They voted for you once upon a time, Wayne.
They did. There's petition and there's 920 signatures.
Okay.
This is a letter to say I'm going to read it. Some of the employees are filling on it, and maybe you can pass it around and read it.
Okay, absolutely. We'll pass this to
I believe there's enough there of the resolution. One correction on that resolution in the first paragraph is it says that I wasn't made aware that the tables weren't allowed on the porch. That's a typo. I was granted or had permission. I said they were permitted to put them out there when the school was permitted. So that's a correction. Thank you, Mr. Corbin, and Board. I appreciate your time. I have sat on that side of the table and appreciate your service, and I know the people of this community appreciate that.
you were chairman.
I was a chairman 1 year, yes, sir, and I know it is a service, and we appreciate that. We appreciate your time. It's not because you're paid, you're sitting there. That's for sure. I told Ronnie I'd bring my 5-point sermon, but I didn't do that today, so just be at ease, Ronnie.
Thank you. Ronnie needs to hear a good sermon.
I'm the only one left.
They've asked me to address the board.
Yes, sir.
Because I am a member of the community. I did build a store in 2000. The store was permitted. It's a deli, not a restaurant. The deli was permitted in 2000 with 18 seats inside. We put in 900 feet of field line, and that gave us 18 seats inside. At that time, I asked about the tables on the porch, and I don't recall. I thought it was Pat Hughes that gave me the okay. It may have been one of the others. In 16 years, I think they've all forgot they told me that, and I forgot which one told me that. So we're kind of even on that side. But I was told it was permissible to put the picnic tables on the porch. The tables are not there to really add seats to the serving of the food. It's a central part of the community. It's where a lot of good relationships are built, sitting around those tables talking. It's where the world's problems are solved, when people are sitting there in the community drinking coffee, and even help solve the Board of Commissioners problems.
We get plenty of that.
And it has kind of upset the community. Well, you can see that with 920 signatures. And I'm sure that some of you commissioners have received calls from the community. I've received a lot of them. I guess you never get away from anything when you build it. And it keeps coming home to you. But it was permitted. The health department is relayed to me that you gotta have permission to put them out there. I didn't have a written letter to put the tables out there. But when the store was permitted in 2000, the tables were on the porch. And they become a part, as far as I'm concerned, the approval of that permit, to permit that deli. As much as the 18 seats inside was permitted. It is something that shouldn't be taking your time It's something that shouldn't be taking the community's time, something that shouldn't be taking the health department time. I know you've got more urgent things to do, more important things to do, but the community would like to ask the commissioners to help resolve this, that those tables can be added back to the porch. Because it is a gathering place. It is a central part of the community. Not only does it serve Cowee, it serves really the north side of Macon County. And I would certainly speak on behalf of the community tonight that if something can be done to resolve this, to allow those tables back on the porch. Sometime, occasionally, someone may go out there and eat. Very seldom. But if they do, it is not because the 18 seats are full. It's because maybe there's a friend out there. An event happened here about a month ago when this started and when the tables got taken out. One of the health department person come down and said, well, you can take one of the tables out inside and you can put one picnic table back on the porch. Which that's what they did to try to accommodate the elderly gentlemen of the morning especially. And there's people comes through there that visits through there and travels through there that comes in and sit down and meet local people. And there's a relationship established on that porch that helps this county. Another thing, with those tables being gone, it certainly has a certain effect on the business. It will affect employment, and we all know that the county needs employees. The county, the tax base there, ad valorem tax, the sales tax that's generated. So certainly we don't want the sales to go down or the business to go down because it is supportive of the county. So, in saying a whole lot of things in a few words, I don't know what the board can do about it. One of the ladies, the health department come down when the petition was being taken and told the manager said there's no need to take those petitions because it's not going to do you any good. And she mentioned to me and I said, well, that's not her decision. That's the board of commissioners' decision, what it does include. So they continue to accumulate names and they're still getting names on anything at this present time. I don't know where you want to ask any questions. I'll be glad to answer them. There's a lot I could say, but I think I've summed it up. The petition sums it up. But we appreciate what you can do.
Sheffield, is there availability of area for additional drain line or additional septic area?
There is not availability for it. No. I don't think the store would use probably 50% of the field line. I think it's 40 gallon per seat, and that comes up about 760 gallon, I believe, per day. And I would say it would stress that store because there's not a dishwasher.
There's just no repair area or...
There is repair area, yes.
There's no additional area.
There's no additional area. There's 100% repair area, yes. And I don't know if they did buy additional property, it would be off away from there. But
if they had the state come out and look at the site to see if there are any possibilities to add additional area. Has the state been asked?
Not to my knowledge. I'm speaking more in behalf of the community and the employees here tonight. To my knowledge, the state has not been involved with it. Mr. Higdon, I found out that you are the liaison. You could probably answer that if the state has been involved.
And I found out after all this had already happened that it was going on. But
Yeah.
Had I known, it's having worked at health department for 10 years as environmental health supervisor, 20 years in the private sector, it's pretty clear cut as to how the rules and regulations define picnic tables and any sort of food service prep. I noticed when the permit was issued to you initially, you requested additional seating and they added additional drain lines to that. Now, it's been clearly cut all the way back to 2000 when the store was built. It's cut and dried that picnic tables with seating capacity are defined as seats for design purposes of the septic system. Now, if they told you something different, that, I don't know, you know. And yeah, maybe this has gone on for 15 years or something, and nobody's called their hand. When ownerships change, you start all over again. You look at everything with a fine-tooth comb, and apparently that's what happened here. I've talked a little bit with the health department about it because, like I said, I was left out of it. I didn't know about it until just a couple of weeks ago. But apparently they picked these picnic tables up when they were issuing a transitional permit to the new owner and gave him some options. It was either remove the tables, add additional benefit, or to install rocking chairs because it doesn't have a table with it. And that's all I know about it. But it's pretty clear defined, you know, case law, but they've had a number of these issues throughout the state as well as Macon County. The problem now, there's been so much attention on it. If you took the picnic tables out, got a permanent permit, added them back slowly, you don't get caught because everybody knows about it. But as far as this board of commissioners having authority, in my opinion, all complaints or everything has to go to the Board of Health, I would think, first. That's correct. The Board of Health is the regulatory authority over the health department. We have some authority, very little authority, over the Board of Health. We appoint them. As far as enforcing state laws, state rules and regulations, we have no authority. We certainly have no authority to violate one of those standards or rules if we know that it's an established rule and regulation, which this is. So my opinion would be, I don't want to pass the buck here, but the Board of Health is where this needs to land first, I think, isn't it?
That would be my opinion. It's a matter within the jurisdiction of the health department and the health board, not within the jurisdiction of this board. This board does have the authority to deal with matters of budget. This board also has the authority to request reports from the head of the health department, for that matter, from the health board, if they are concerned that something's being done inappropriately. This board can require reports. So that is probably the extent of your involvement in this. I think the commissioner could certainly gather additional information if we're concerned about this. It may well be, and I'm not familiar with what has happened procedurally here, but oftentimes what you will see in a septic system situation, if there's a problem with such as this, and sometimes they can call in the state, and the state can look at the site and come up with some suggestions that might possibly take care of the problem. I don't know if that's a possibility here or not. If the local health department folks don't know about solutions, I think they have historically been willing to bring somebody into the state to be appropriate.
Now, Pat Muse is a regional, you talked about that, Pat is a regional food and lodging director. So he's aware of this, and whether he's physically made a visit down there, I don't know. Like I said, I've only known about it. I've not gotten all the facts, but I didn't know this was even being discussed.
There's no question the store is vital to the community.
Oh, absolutely.
No question.
Well, I did know it was being discussed. Everybody in the community was about calling me about it. Mr. Sheffield, I never spoke to the owner of the store. Never have spoke to him. When it brought to my attention, I did call the health department. Got 2 or 3 different answers from them, Colorado, to see what their answer was. Got 2 or 3 different answers from there. There's another situation in Highlands that brought to this attention, to this one. Not necessarily that they changed owners. They changed owners 4 times.
Yeah, this is the 5th time it's been permitted.
Yes.
So
So
saying
it's-
now is when it's re-permitted.
So
it's
it's
gonna
it's
change.
they just missed 15 years if you want to go that route. So that's another argument.
Well, it may be entirely appropriate for this board then.
But there are some things that they can do. They can meter it. There's some things the state says they can do. They can meter it for a year.
For a year.
And during that time, they can get permission to put the tables back during that metering period, if allowed. Now, that other case, I think, has been under appeal. I think I was accused of doing it for political gain. That's the furthest thing for political gain picnic table. But that's a different story. But we never talked to the owner. We was trying to help the folks in that community code. And Wayne says, here's what I don't understand. The picnic table, but you sit on the concrete floor and eat your dinner. They're going to take the concrete floor up next. You put a drive-in down there and sit in your car and line them up all over the town. I just don't know, I get confused.
Or I can set in that chair out there, they say you put chairs out, I can set in the chair and put food in my lap and eat it. And that's permitted.
I do it all the time.
And it says,
But the rules are, as Paul said,
well, it says flat surface is what it says. That's what the rule says. Paul can quote, it says flat surface. So flat surface is a concrete floor. That says set on the concrete floor, they're going to take the floor up. I don't know. I asked that question, by the way. And so I mean, this is for picnic tables that to me it's common sense. They've been out for 16 years, and so hopefully they get it metered. I think that'd be the only way they'll ever get it. Now that it's brought so much attention, but it does affect this community. And I think what really brought light to it was the other case where they had, I think, 15 or 16 picnic tables and had them in levels down. It was a whole different situation than what this was. So I do think, I agree that there's a lot of other things that's more paramount, but this community, and these folks in this community that sit there, and there was a bill came out of the Senate, if y'all remember, not this session, but the session before that, to allow these country stores to have places like this. It went through committee, it made it through, and it will come back up, Mr. Representative. It will come back up. And so to allow these country stores, and they had a definition where they had trouble defining a country store. That's where the definition had trouble in the legislature. So you'll see that again somewhere down the line, because that's where it was a gathering place. They finally decided on that language as a gathering place, but then there was an argument about that language. So hopefully somewhere common sense will prevail. And that's what this comes down to, is common sense. It ain't about the picnic table, it's about common sense. And I think even some of the folks in the health department would agree with that. But I think they have to, once that happened on this other situation, they have to, and once it's been under 16 years, either they missed it for 16 years, or it don't matter if it changed owner, they changed owner 5 times. So that's not an argument. So I think they did look. I think some folks in the health department tried to find a solution. Once they were always told them to shut everything down and take the meat out of the deli. I think you got to zealous, but but I do hope that, I don't think there's much the board can do, and I think Wayne knows that, but I think the Board of Health, I don't know what they can do. The state can't. So these are county employees that work for the state. Craziest setup in the world, I know, all know. We pay their salary, but they work by state rules. And their first obligation of the state for the county employees to benefit the community. This does not benefit the community, in my opinion. So if there's anything we can do to help the community, and if it helps the business, fine, but mostly to help these folks in the community. That's where they gather at. That's just the gathering place. And if they eat there, they'll set the rocking chair. They'll figure out a way. They think the game's pretty short. They'll figure out a way. And but that's where it came about. It started with the cost in the community for me. And I think I'll call Wayne, because he's the one that started, he's the one that built it. And that's where it all, and then I called the health department, talked to Jane, talked to a lot of them, talked to Jim Brutner, and called Raleigh to see what the real law was, got a copy of the law, see what they could do. And other than the metering, I'll let you know the other way. That's the only way I know they could do it without.
Yeah, and in cases prior, if you meter something, you're not allowed. You got to run it by code until you get the results back from the meter. You and I know
about alternative septic systems. Is there some possibility there where you can gain what you need?
Yeah, you can put holding tanks. There's all kinds. There's several things you can do.
Stuff that you could do, but and we know it. Case in point, there's a lot of rules and regulations I don't like. And you and I both know 40 gallons per day per seat is way up yonder. And I've seen a lot of similar businesses that have been metered. Churches particularly, they finally realize they metered enough of these things, they reduce the church load. Yeah. We know you're not using that many gallons a day, but
that's a complaint that's not shouldn't be focused at Macon County's level. That's a state regulation.
We have rules and regulations. I don't agree with a lot of them, but we have to enforce them. We have to abide by them. That's still right. That's the problem. And that's the problem.
Common sense.
I understand that very well. Don't have any problem with rules and regulations, but there needs to be common sense with it. There needs to be common sense. If you go to the shoe store, and all they've got 7.5 wide shoes, that regulation's gonna fit me and I go in there. But when you go in there, it's not gonna fit you. And that regulation don't fit that store. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and as being, and I was fortunate enough to work with this food and lodging program. And you say anything about this local program, maybe there's some differences of opinions about what happened 20 years ago. I wasn't there, but this food and lodging program we've got is by far, in my opinion, the quality of people. They're our employees. We're paid, we pay them to enforce state rules and regulations. I think they do a good job. We have to support them. Let's go to state and get some of these things changed. There are a lot of rules and stuff there other than food and lodging that we may not like, but we have to abide by.
Yeah.
I like to drive faster.
Did I hear someone say that they can meter it for a year and they can put the tables on while?
There are provision that is allowed by order.
Who would make that mistake?
The local county, the state, everything is governed as authoritated by the state.
Would that go through Pat News?
Yeah. Start through that. We'll start here and then.
You go straight to Raleigh, you just give everything to the state.
So we, can we make a recommendation that that be considered as a possible
Certainly
solution?
can.
I don't know of any cases where that's happened.
Mike, what's his name, Paul?
Yeah, I've been gone.
He's the head honcho at the state. I've got his name, number, cell number, we can get on, but he will, contact, but I'll take it. Call the secretary for it. While he's still there.
You still have?
It'd be
Did I
good to
hear
get
you
meter
say?
put on it.
Pardon me?
It'd be good to get meter put on immediately.
Yeah.
And just to have a responsible person metered every day, water flow. Whether or not it helps this case or not, after the end of that year, if you realize you're using 15 gallons per stick per day, so picnic tables, you fill a parking lot and do away with the gas pump. But that's just, it's the way you have to
It
flow.
just don't make sense. I mean, when you can do a drive-in, you can do a drive-in right there and do a parking lot with a town. Don't make sense. I mean, it's-
If they're not getting out and using the bathroom, they're in the car.
Mr. Corbin, you've got your work cut out. You're getting wrong.
Well, I agree with Paul. There's regulations out there, and I think everybody knows where I stand on that stuff. It ought to make sense. It ought to make common sense.
The filter says,
Doesn't sound like this does, so,
regulator says it is.
as Ronnie said, we know a few people in Raleigh, and I think we'll pass the word on to them. We think that's what I'll do.
We'll reach it. We have before, and we will again. They didn't call me back, they called Jim Butler.
For us to express that opinion, Chester, do we need to pass something or just have a consensus that that's what we're doing?
I think you could have a consensus. I would recommend it be a consensus. I would hate for you to take action by this board that might send a message that you are not supportive of what our local health department is doing, because
Right.
just to some degree their hands are tied.
Right. We
They're
They're
totally
doing what
tied.
they're supposed to be doing.
They're totally tied.
And we understand that.
We understand that.
Okay.
Okay.
I think what I'm hearing is that I suggest the metering situation be approved and possibly give them,
Certainly look into and see if it's appropriate.
The law is ours for the meeting. That's up to the owner. It ain't cheap.
He's got to put a meter on, $200 for 1 inch meter.
And our local board can help them do that. They can help them show them how to put the meter on, what's got to be done. The question is during that time, there is a provision. They said there was a provision there that we could possibly put tables back applies to the meter. That's the question. That's the big question. It's not answered.
I think that should be run through the Board of Health. That's my personal opinion.
This is their jurisdiction, and I agree with Paul.
Yeah.
It's appropriate to let them do their job.
we,
Now, there's nothing wrong with our board speaking to them, letting them know that Mr. Sheffield has been here, he's presented a petition, he's presented signatures from over 900 people, I believe you indicated. And that this is an important issue for the community, and that this board is interested in helping to find a workable solution if that's possible.
Okay. I agree. So two things will come from this. If we have a consensus, if I get a head nod from all of you, that we will do what Chester said. I'm not going to repeat all that, but we'll communicate that to the Board of Health. We'll communicate that to the Board of Health via our county manager or you who want to do that.
Happy to do it.
As long as you'll type it, I'll send it.
Now, we don't want to get caught into making a recommendation on one of the three options given to the owner or the permit holder.
But we do what Chester said. We recommend that the Board of Health take a look at it and try to come up.
What I'd recommend is have someone from the state.
Yeah.
That takes the office of that. Have the state, have the state people give him the option. That takes a local people completely out of it. That Pat Buse or whoever come and give him the recommendations. Somebody from Raleigh, whoever, wherever.
I've always liked to bring the state in when you had a situation where it looked like sort of reached a dead end at the local level. I know there are times where the state will come in and take a look at it. Sounds like that may have been done.
They make the rules, let them come in.
Well, Pat has been involved with it from day one, so.
Yeah, he's the regional, he represents the state. He's the regional, it goes on.
They'll send him first.
But I do think it's appropriate for the local health department, its director, and or the health board to handle this. This is their jurisdiction. I think this board though can certainly request the local health department to try to help out this community and find a workable solution.
I agree. I guess
With the state's assistance.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the only thing, Ryan, I would suggest that this board not go to the state. I think that's...
No, we don't know
that's
that but our local health will recommend that they contact the state.
Are we in consensus with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you keep your hands off of it. It's somebody else's thing, I think.
Right, okay. Paul, Jimmy? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, and I know that they talk to the people in the state, but I don't know where it's at.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time, appreciate the time that you've heard the community here.
Chester will take that tonight's discussion to the Board of Health and with a suggestion from us that they work with the state to try to find a solution.
And I'll say a prayer for all of you and two for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was all I had under reports and presentations. And under old business community funding pool recommendations, Karen Wallace. Karen. Thank you, folks, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hopefully it won't take too long. So I think you have the recommendation that's revised from the last meeting where we had an issue with a spreadsheet error. This particular recommendation comes in exactly at $75,000 as appropriated by the county for the community funding pool, and our recommendations are very similar to what they were previously, but we did reduce the amount that we are recommending for each of the organizations that we're recommending funding for. There are 14 projects recommended for funding at a total of $75,000. We did have a request from 22 agencies, almost $154,000 requested. But we did trim that down to $75,000, and you have before you the recommendations that the committee is making.
Okay.
Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second for that motion?
I can't see my name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got some other copies.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
What is the difference between the Macon County Art Association and the Macon County Art Council?
So the Arts Council of Macon County they are separate organizations, and they have separate 501c3 charters, so they operate independent of each other.
Because I saw what the council received money, but the association
Did not. That's correct. Given more money, we would be certainly more open
I just
to
didn't know
it.
what the difference was.
Um,
Their first cousin, husband, wife.
The Arts Council has a longer history. The Art Association is a newer organization. They're beginning to try to expand their offerings, and so we're seeking some funding to help expand what they're doing through the Arts Association. They really have concentrated more on visual arts. The Arts Council traditionally has done more performance arts, although they too are looking to expand into some more visual arts kinds of things. But that's a really, the distinction between the two organizations is one, longevity, how long they've been around, and the other has been traditionally that the Art Association has concentrated more on visual arts and the Arts Council more on performing arts, but not totally separate in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. But they're both growing organizations and so are trying to expand what their reach to the community is. But they are totally separate organizations.
Let's get a second to Jimmy's motion before we discuss more. A motion and a second, now discussion. And I think my recollection, Karen, these are the same organizations used adjusted amount before they actually added up to 75,000.
Right. We did leave Reach and Kids Place at full funding at 10,000. We reduced all of the other organizations by 11.5% to bring us in line with the 75,000.
Good job.
Well, we apologize for the error in having you tap to take this up again.
Those of you who weren't here, we had a math error.
Yeah, it's a little Excel spreadsheet problem.
Any other discussion?
All of more of this program.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Thank you.
We thank you, and we look forward to hearing a little bit more about the allocation made by the state specifically for Macon County's community funding pool. And so look forward to hearing more about what's happening with that grant allocation. Thanks.
The 10B is a letter of intent for Charters of Freedom. Do you have that here?
Essentially, just this letter of intent is just Macon County saying that we are willing to move forward with this project. Mr. Shields and myself met with Mr. Snyder, and we were able to go out and meet with the town and their representatives, as well as our maintenance director, Mr. Steve Ledford, to pick out a tentative location for this, which will be in front of the flagpoles. Here at the courthouse, yes, right there in the middle of everything. So
located in front of the corporate insurance agency, right? Right. Just to give you a visual.
And these, I guess we'll call them monuments, charter, freedom's a charter freedom. They are, got the Declaration of Independence, you've got the Constitution, you've got the Bill of Rights. Those be in that area there, which allows school kids, anybody else to sit there. There's a lot of business, there's a lot of movement around that area, especially during the summertime, sitting on the square and things, stuff like that. So it'd be in a nice place, and we hope to look at project again, probably January, February. Given the weather, we're just kind of watching it, putting everything together this time. It would be nice.
I've reviewed the document and the appropriate regards.
I would entertain a motion to approve the letter of intent.
I make a motion to approve that letter of intent.
Second. A motion second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Update on the Southwestern Community College burn building complex, Emergency Services Director Warren Cave and County Manager. Gentlemen, cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Thomas and Curtis and Ms. Davis. Glad that you could join us tonight. If you'll recall, the board, we've been discussing this project for quite some time. We had the engineering report that the county had conducted on the current burn building where it's located out at the industrial park complex. The results of our engineering report basically confirmed the previous engineering report that was provided to us from Southwestern Community College. So I think at the last meeting, after seeing that, and you all can get a copy of this, at the last meeting, after seeing that, the board asked Mr. Cave and myself, along with our county attorney and Lori, to kind of go back and meet with Southwestern, have these conversations to what was pointing to all indications a new burn building. Southwestern has a master plan, which we're familiar with, that was adopted in 2013, that moves this facility and all of their departments and tries to unify them with the Siler Road campus. This master plan does have contain provision for the burn building complex to be located at the Siler Road property. So in the course of our discussions and talking about the grant funding and kind of the nuts and bolts of that funding and how it would affect the county, as we all know, we have to provide $1 for every $3 that the bond provides. So Warren had brought up the question to me, and he and I discussed, can we use county property as a match for this grant instead of a cash match? Dr. Thomas, I had requested for Dr. Thomas to email the bond, the people associated with the bond at the state of North Carolina that are administering it, and they did confirm that property can be used as a match for this grant. So what is included here in this packet is the piece of property, which is the piece of property where Southwestern wishes to put the burn building complex. This property is currently owned by Macon County, and as you'll see in the highlighted blue area here, there's 12 acres that lies between what is now the Southwestern Community College campus and then another 3.4 acres across the other side of the 4-lane. So at this point, I think what we need to do, if it be the pleasure of the board, there is a provision, as again, we can use this property to provide a match. However, it will take 2 appraisals to confirm a value of the project, to confirm a value of the piece of property. And at this point, Dr. Thomas, have you heard back whether that was specifically for, we're thinking right now, it's like this in all other instances that I've seen it, where one appraisal would need to come from the county and one appraisal would need to come from Southwestern Community College, and then we'll take the average value of both of those appraisals. So right now, I think, if the board is so inclined to go that way, what we have here is basically, while we do have 15 acres, 3.4 being across the road, in roughing it out, this proposed actual layout for the facility, it's going to be roughly 3.5 acres. But when this facility gets placed on this piece of property, it would be to a point where there is no more usable property on that 15.4 acres that would make sense for the county to have, as you can see on this roughed out sketch here. So we have a couple of options. I've provided some information here with the assessed value just to give you some idea that we can pursue. We would first have to get a survey. This overall piece of property is about 26.6 acres. Get a survey to parcel out this piece of property, however much the county desires to do with this. And move forward after we have that piece of property defined, move forward with an appraisal, then that would be how that we can determine the piece of property and then go about determining the value that can be used as a match. Now, this has been contemplated. If you'll recall, we signed an MOU with Southwestern Community College, and in that, the whole spirit of that MOU and all the discussions that we had around that MOU revolved around when a situation like this occurred, the county could use our property in coordination with Southwestern Community College, enable us to use that property to leverage money for projects like this. And Chester, for our match. And if you would like a copy of that MOU, I can certainly get that for you. But in a nutshell, and Chester can attest, that is the spirit of the MOU. In a situation like this, when it arises, that the county can use that property out there for match. So
That MOU has a drawing that was done by Mike Watson. And I don't know if the area shown for this burn building is identical to what has been provided to you tonight, but I know a very large part of what is shown on what you've been provided with tonight is shown on that rendition for the MOU. Not sure about that little strip across the bypass, and it may be that there needs to be some discussion between the SEC board and Macon County about how much property they actually need out there, what's usable to them, what's not usable to them, what makes sense for this property.
Dr. Thomas, is that where the master plan, is that where the burn building is?
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay.
It was the addition with the burn building complex that came in on the tail end of that.
There was a revised drawing at the very end of those discussions, yes.
And hardly a simple question, I think I know the answer to it. The reason 3.5 acres is what you need for that. The reason 12 acres is, like a better term, a buffer. You don't want to put another building next to a building you will be setting on fire.
I think it's looking at the usable land space that's there, that was available, that the county had, and the footprint naturally doesn't take up 12 acres.
And again, that's in the MICR district, Medical Institutional Cultural Residential Zoning District, within the ETJ of the town of Franklin. So in that 12 acres, if we surveyed it out, say, and stopped it at 4 lane, and didn't take in that other 3.4, you're going to have a 10-foot setback off of each property line.
But I recommend before you hire a surveyor, to be good understanding between the county and the SEC board as to what properties to be included. We can have an understanding between them, and that survey will be a whole lot easier, a whole lot cheaper.
Absolutely, and that, again, this is to show you the section of the property that this burn building would come in, and this property goes across the 4 lane, which makes no, that's how it is. But I just wanted to show you the section there on the northern end of that property on Silo Road where this burn building complex would be proposed. And again, it says 3.5 acres on here. That is just a rough, that is my rough putting that on there. It might not be 3.5 acres, it might be close, might not be, but it's somewhere in the ballpark. Another thing that we discussed, Dr. Thomas can attest to it, there's total out of that bond, as far as bond money available to Macon County, there's about 1.4 million. Is that correct?
That's correct, 1.425 for this particular project.
So out of that 1.4 million, the county, for every $3, the county has to provide $1.
No, it's based on the, I'm sorry, Mr. Rowland, it's based on the overall project cost. The project cost, as presented by the architecture's design, was approximately 1.9. And so that's where, off the 1.9, you take the county's match of approximately that $1 for the 3-to-1 that, like Kevin likes to do, or the county chairman likes to do, 3-to-1. So it came to $475,000 obligation for the county, and then 1.425 million of the bond to come up to that 1.9 million approximately for the cost of the project.
And the 1.9 million, just to clarify, on that project did not include property.
That was pure construction cost.
That was pure construction.
It was a project cost that didn't include the land, but obviously you need land to do the project.
So essentially, we discussed that day in the meeting, essentially when you take the $1.9 million burn building and the $475,000 that the county's putting forth, and then the land that the county's putting, the $475,000 would be the 25% if it was left at that. But then you add the land in, and then that match goes up to however many percentage that the land equates to once it is appraised and valued agreed upon and land area is agreed upon. So the county would be exceeding the 25% match requirement at the $1.9 million burn building. But it was like, we had discussed, and I go back to the Parker Meadows project when we were designing it, we had to, there were many things that we were going to, that we would have liked to see out there, made the dugouts even bigger than they are, made some more, had the shade areas attached onto the dugouts. And we whittled that project. When we first got our construction bids back, they were 1.2 million. We go back to the drawing board and got the dugouts and the pavilions and everything for right at $500,000. So, there is some room, I think, to make it to where if Southwestern would be willing to look at this burn building facility and burn building complex and kind of do some value engineering and, maybe scale it back, scale it down, that we could get into a situation where we could provide property and that could be our match at 25% for this project, and we would have to, and that would satisfy both Southwestern with the burn building and the county with their match requirement under the bond.
Question. Being on the Southwestern Community College trustee board, we just put a wrinkle in what we approved. And what we do is 1.9 million. It still seems like Southwestern is still in a monetary shortfall. Do we have to take this back to the board of trustees?
We had the benefit of speaking with Dr. Thomas, and Dr. Thomas explained, you correct me if I'm wrong here, in fact, you are for SEC. But to make a long story short, this bond that went through, it set aside various amounts of money for various things throughout the state. It set a finite amount for Southwestern Community College, and the total amount escapes me, but it's a finite number. And as I understand it, the SEC board looked at what the needs of the community college were, and I think they have it in mind to try to use those bond funds for two projects. One on the Jackson County campus for I believe it was a science building.
Health science occupation.
Okay. And then in addition, to try to do something on the Macon campus with this fire department building. And if the chair would allow, I think it would be appropriate to give Dr. Thomas an opportunity to just speak briefly about the funding that they would need in order to pull off more than really what they got dollars coming from this bond to do. But they got big plans, good plans, and they've enlisted some additional assistance from Jackson County, and I think they, in a roundabout way, are enlisting some additional assistance from Macon County. You want to take a minute?
Sure.
Kind of to follow up with Mr. Jones, I'm sorry.
Some folks possibly watching remotely, they can't see back there.
with you. It's kind of like in church, I wasn't sure which hymn we sing from.
Dr. Thomas,
Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just to follow up on what Mr. Jones was speaking to, the Board of Trustees for Southwestern Community College, we did receive, through the blessing of the voters of the state of North Carolina, the Connect NC bond money, a little over $7.1 million and some change. The situation is such that $7.1 million does not go very far in order to do projects that we've needed to do at the college. We've done a master plan here in Macon County. We've done our master planning for Jackson County and Swain County. And as you know, Southwestern Community College serves Jackson, Macon, Swain County in the fall boundary. So we have a fairly large region. So in our processes of bringing to the Board of Trustees, we presented to the Board of Trustees a lot of data, a lot of situations of our programming and what we could do to benefit the citizens within our service area. So throughout that presentations and after the presentations were made, the Board of Trustees elected to pass or commit monies to their number one project, which would be a new health science occupations building. We have 14 programs in a building that was built for 4, and as you go through the numbers, by doing a new health science occupations building, we have the ability to increase access by more than 100 students at the time the building is appropriately built to match those programs. So there was a major need there, and the board decided that would be our number one priority. As such, we also said, in accordance to the fact that if there was a fourth of a penny sales tax that was put on the agenda election in June, if that all went that way, this is the way that the board would decide to go. Out of that also came the second selection, which would be the new Fire Science Rescue Training Facility, or the burn building complex, as Curtis and his team have demonstrated the need, and as SKA, the architects that we hired, the engineers, said that we needed to create a 2-year plan to start backing out of that building as it's reached its final potential. And then as the second opinion came in, and it was also again confirmed. So we also, the third project was to do a repaving of the driving course range for basic law enforcement. That would we hopeful that we would be able to do enough paving that would give us CDL testing as a test site, also as Commissioner Beal had asked in the past. So we were trying to create an opportunity to meet the needs of master planning process and to serve the citizens within our service area. So by doing that, we went through that process, and I went to Jackson County and also gave them what our priorities were from the Board of Trustees. At that time, they were fully understood. They understood that there would be money that we were setting aside to come down into Macon County to help provide opportunities to build a project. The bond money in in Jackson County, the total project for the health science building up there is approximately $17 million. 32% of the bond money will be used toward that building process, which is a little over $5.4 million. That remains 88% funded from Jackson County to help finalize that project, which again, if it's 3-to-1 and it's 25% of those fundings, that means that Jackson County not only is covering or helping out with 68% of the monies, they're 43% more than the 25% as stated by the Tier 1 counties on a 3-to-1 match. Macon County, with that same taking the $1.9 million that we've always had the approximate cost, there would be 75% bond money, 25% Macon would be $475,000, But if you throw the land into it because you don't have the land, as the letter that we received from the state, then it becomes a $2.5 or $2.6 million project. Then that ups the ante from Macon County to $650,000 if you take the 3-to-1 match. And then that would up the bond from the college to about 1.875, thereabouts. We have 1.425 that the Board of Trustees has set aside for the bond money, so you can see that there's a shortfall of cash at that particular point in time. So if you look at the 2.5 to 2.6 million project, you're looking at approximately 57% bond money that would be used in Macon County for the fire science training facility, 43% support from Macon County, which is 17% more support than the 25% on the minimum ask. So I guess when you look at the overall cost of the project, through conversations that we have had, and the obligation can be met by land, as Mr. Rowland has mentioned, and what has been in general statute. We're still short dollars to complete a $1.9 million building project. You can do value engineering. We won't know what that value engineering would look like until we received RFPs and we saw what the cost actually would be. These are all have been on approximated costs based on one architect that drew this up back in January of 2016. So does that help?
I think it does. I think, in a nutshell, what you had is $7.1 million of bond money, and I think what the trustees have done is said, we'd like to do more work than $7.1 million. We have needs that are in excess of $7.1 million, and so they come up with these two projects, and I think they are essentially saying, even though the bond says, the bond statute says that the county would have a 25% match, what they're saying is we can bring to Western North Carolina both of these projects instead of just maybe one of these projects if Jackson County and Macon County are willing to contribute a little bit more to each. And it sounds to me like Jackson County has, and I think that's kind of the question that's before Macon County now is, I think each of y'all were probably sitting here thinking we were talking about 25%, and now you're at a little higher number.
Right.
You just need to understand why that is.
I think the Board of Trustees in their wisdom saw that there was a need for two projects and not enough money to go, or not necessarily the funding to go around. We could have stopped at one project, which would have been the health science building. But then what do we do to meet the needs of the Fire Science Training Rescue Center that has already had an engineer and two engineers showing that we need to back out of that project or that facility in the next 2 years as a game plan to and not wanting to lose an opportunity. So I think it was, here's where the Board of Trustees have centered their monies around and presented to the Macon County Commissioners for their opportunity to have a conversation, talk about it, and then decide what would be the best interest for the Board of Commissioners in Macon County and hopefully for Southwestern Community College at the same time. So,
Are we saying that the land can cover 25%? That leaves us just on 17%. And it gets out to 47.
But we've got to get a value. Landowner, we got to get.
They assume, I don't think where it comes down to was the Jackson County building, Jackson County, if I'm correct, SEC already owns that property in Jackson County. And the difference in Macon County is we entered into that MOU back last year
2 years
to
ago.
say that, 2 years ago, to say that since we own this property, we still want to assist SEC with these projects, but we want our land to account for financial,
For our match, or
for our
some
match,
portion
for our
of our
match.
match.
And so what we have here is this project, the construction, that 1.9 million is construction only, which basically assumes by default that we get that we're just, the land just comes with it, or that, just like they already had the land. Free.
And then any dollars that say the 12 acres or whatever is decided on would be put into a credit account at the state system level that would show that Macon County put in more than 25%, and there would be a credit on the books for future use. Again, it's not money, it's just money that goes against the project that the state should have to fund additional capital projects before another bond is voted or passed at the state level. So there's always, you bank the credit, but it's not true dollars that can be used toward the project, but you still need the dollars to be able to build the project.
The bottom line is this discussion is putting this land up for our matching contributions to your port. Trying to build a project that costs 1.9 million, you got 104 million, they're $500,000 short.
Well, it may not be a good point if you can value engineer and get the cost of the building down.
But you're right. You're approximately 475,000.
So how the land is treated is not necessary unless you reduce the 1.3 or 1.4 available funds that you have.
They're not going to have any more money for construction than what they have.
That is correct.
It has to
X amount is X
land.
That is correct.
Land.
You would get, I'm sorry.
May be good for future credit,
That's
but not
correct.
immediate credit. And what we're dealing with is an immediate situation. You need more money than you got.
You can use it for immediate credit, but you're still going to be 475,000 short.
Yeah.
Which, if you put the 475, then that would go as credit in the future. Or you choose the 475 and take land value and put it as credit that would be for the future. So either way, you're exact.
That's one option.
Correct.
The second option would be through value engineering, whatever that term is, is to reduce the cost of construction. If we could reduce the cost of construction 1.3, then the leverage of the property becomes value then.
Where do we stand on looking at buildings? I mean, y'all were going to look at buildings, and if you had, I know you've been a little bit busy, but.
As far as looking at other facilities, the only one we've actually looked at was one that.
You remember how much it cost?
It's very nice, it's very well maintained facility, which is larger than what we're planning.
You remember what, did you get a call from that from Dr. Thomas, what he called it?
Here's real, I did not, sir, because they have a huge complex that has several.
That's just part of it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And I also noticed that the one in Macon County, since going back to 2011, it looks, if my count does rough numbers, that it's being used by outside sources about half the time more than Macon County resources. So, and I know we can't by statute charge those folks, but Southwestern charges them for their classes, right?
No, they're
free.
They're fee exempt and tuition exempt.
So they don't charge them, no, we have to do their own.
The only dollars that are collected, if at all, are from out of state or from like private entities.
So it's all free.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Well, I know, Ronnie, and agree with what you're saying. We discussed at one previous meeting that I thought Eric heard us or somebody was going to go look at a few places or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We had gotten some rough ideas from like some company out of Arizona that builds modular units. And we're right now, we have to meet the state requirements of this building. But the bottom line is, that we felt like that we're in a situation, Warren and I, looking at these buildings where we're kind of at a standstill here until we get some direction. Because at the end of the day, there's a $1.9 million project that's construction only. There's $1.4 million for the project, and either we have to give them land and come up with $500,000, or we can maybe discuss, like Mr. Shield said, with the SEC board and get them to go back and redraw something that would fit the price range and allow our property work towards a match. To be the match like it's called for in the MOU, but until we can nail down some area that we want to survey and appraise and agree with SEC board, I think if we can get those appraisals back and see what that number is, that would determine the percentage of the match. That we would know how much money that there is to build a building.
I think you do need to do that. The numbers that we've been talking about were some assumed numbers, I think, basically, that we assumed the piece of property would be worth, what, 500,000 or something like that.
I think we, just in conversation, I think the example was 600,000 because it came to like a $2.5 million project.
But I mean, all of this, everything we've talked about has been on that assumption. So you really do need to know what the value of the land is going to be before you can really figure out how all this is going to work.
I mean, we can look at buildings, you know, and that's what we talked about. We can look at buildings, but we're not going to know how much can we spend on a building until we know how much the land's going to be, how much of the match that'll equal. Then we can say, hey, we can put our land up for a match if you can build a $1.2 million building. Or $1 million $1.4 million building. And then that way we can start looking at $1.4 million.
So, Mr. Reyes, what do you suggest we go ahead with the appraisal?
Well, like Chester said, I think we need to, you know, it would make to talk with the board or talk with SEC and see if they're willing, you know, as called for in the MOU to, let's look at this acreage and what they're willing to use or locate the facility on. Like right now, you know, this piece, as you can see in blue here, I mean, simple, just that 4-lane cuts it off there to the north. So you've got a 12-acre tract right there that if you put a 3-acre complex or a 3.5-acre complex, which is what it's estimated here at, right in the middle of that, I mean, at that point, that is right smack dab in the middle of that property. And when you start looking at setbacks, minimum lot sizes, buffering requirements, and other things under the medical, institutional, cultural, residential district, MICR, it becomes to an almost point where that located right here, it renders this property useless for anything else but being a part of this piece of property. So that's
the whole 12 acres.
The whole 12 acres, yeah. I mean, because you can see where that, by the time you meet minimum lot size requirements, that MICR district, you propose another building with your setbacks, with your buffers, whatever they may be. At that point, you can't, I mean, you just can't make it work in there, as you can see. I mean, although that's a rough idea of what's of this property and know how much that property's worth.
For the whole 12 acres.
That's what
You have to have, you'll have to have the whole 12 acres.
Yeah.
I think the MOU contemplated most of that being used. Not so sure about that strip on the other side. I don't know whether that's something that could possibly be used for parking.
I'm not
sure that people there training. I don't know.
I'm not sure that was in, you know,
I don't think it was.
in the process of, I think we went up to the bridge line or the overpass.
Well, you can go down, that's a tough piece of front, 3, 4, 4 acre stuff, but it does have access to sewer
Right.
and water.
And that, I think just by doing that that way, it would give us an idea of the match, so we could then begin seeing, using this as the match and the money that would be left from the bond, taking this into consideration as our match, the price range of buildings that we can start listing.
Let me ask you these things in the future. Just looking, I mean, we talked first, we had this, and this is for way down the road. But on this piece of property, let's say the burn building goes, and that occupies 12 acres. Could you also put anything else like a shooting range on this 12 acres or anything that's not non-educational? Not that that's not educational, but something that's enclosed. That could you use something else on? There's got to be something else you can do with that 12 acres.
The MICR specifically says community colleges. Warren, you can help me here. I think those shooting ranges, I don't remember where we was when I left.
I'm not sure how they fit into that zone. That's something we'd have to check out. We asked that question, and we kicked this can for I don't know how long. This is a really good project. That's a good place. We just got to figure out that place. We looked at some other options on the campus that's out there now, they need some improvements. They're gonna have to come to that campus out. We look to try and see if there's some way we can incorporate some more of that campus into this part of the program, and it all comes back down to money. Good idea, perfect plan, we just can't figure out how to get the money there.
That's correct.
And this, again, this is proposal is assuming that we want to try to meet the 25% match requirement with our property, as we had agreed upon in the MOU. And that was kind of the way that I got it, the way that I think we looked at this process from the county standpoint, is that, we've entered into this agreement. Let's see how we can make this agreement work, and then arrive at a price that feels using our land as the match.
Sort of backing into what can we afford.
Backing into what can we afford, yeah.
So your recommendation is if we get an appraisal?
You said something about SEC need to get an appraisal.
Well, we're still not clear. It says it calls for the lady from,
I think there's been a call made to the state. We've made inquiry. The bond issue itself doesn't come right out and say that you can use property as a match. So we made communication with them. They did, in fact, or Don did actually, and they confirmed that in fact property could be used for that. And so,
We have to spend money for 2 appraisals.
but they said in order to do that, they wanted to have 2 appraisals. They didn't say really how they wanted that done, whether they wanted one done by Macon County and one by the SEC. So I think the intent was to communicate with them and find out exactly how they want it. But they do want 2 appraisals. They didn't really say what types of appraisals, but we were going to try to get some additional information on exactly what they expect.
So Michelle, are you looking for is to authorize the county manager to go ahead and to proceed with the appraisal?
well, I think before we proceed with the appraisal, we're going to have to know what we're appraising.
You got to determine what
land
we're talking
We'll have to have a survey, so it might not be 12 acres, because, again, this is just, it's a rough, so
More or less than 12 acres.
the property that's highlighted, okay.
I think the idea would be is that there needs to be sort of a meeting of the minds between Macon County and SEC of how much property, where that property is actually going to
We
be.
can't just keep kicking it.
We're on a time frame.
Yeah.
I think we need to make sure we're making a good faith effort. We're doing something here. Some of these people get injured. Look at the judge. I want him to understand what, or she, that we're making a good faith effort to correct this problem. They brought to our attention.
And indeed, that's why we're here tonight, and indeed,
And I think once, kind of it is, again, this is not exact, but it's pretty close. But once you put something right in the middle of that piece of property and you have a road going to it, there is going to be nothing left for that piece of property. I mean, the rest of it's usually safe.
Not to mention, I'm not sure who would want to put it to burn. But I do like that idea. Indoor sheep burns.
I mean,
If that would be municipal, you could situate it.
You can put fire out easy.
So there's, are you saying that 12 acres is
12 acres, what is denoted is 12 acres on the south side of Siler Road.
Well, we've had one in how many acres? I thought 3? 3 acres. They haven't burnt nothing down. It ain't burnt that swamp down.
What was that hitting there? 10 number?
26, that is the PIN number, the tax identification number right under that, the acreage.
Yeah.
That tract right there, that 15.4 acres taken together as part of is 26.64 acres. What it does, you can go down here to the northeast of the property, and it's not you would think it's the property, hey, this wraps around and encompasses the main building campus right here. What it does is, it actually gets down where the greenway is on the east of the property. It goes below the greenway and runs that little thin piece, right, you can see it's just a little thin piece, runs it all the way down the greenway, and then it opens up again back there to another large acreage tract.
But now, over on the 3.4 acre side, is that all that's owned on that side?
That is all that we own on that side, yes.
So
That's
really,
where
that
our
field-
property stops, yes.
So, summarize, your suggestion is to do the survey
to get a survey, and while the survey's being done, I'm sure we'll find something out from the state by then on how they want these two appraisals conducted. And if it be that they want an appraisal conducted from the county and an appraisal conducted from SEC, we can find the money in our budget to get the appraisal from the operating budget. She's looking forward while I say that, without having the board approval. She hadn't looked over her glasses at me yet, so I'm assuming I'm good to go. If it requires two appraisals, we can always, and they both parties, or we can't agree on, but would the SEC be willing to provide an appraisal if the county provided an appraisal, or if that's something, if need be?
If I come to the Board of Commissioners, I don't know what the appraisals cost, but we don't have that in our particular funding for our budget for maintenance and operations this year, so we may have to come to you and say it's $5,000 or $6,000. We either should still have to come to the board and ask for those additional funds for that appraisal. I'm just saying, that's where our budget was, maintenance and operations. So this part was not figured into that.
Okay. Let's move forward with the survey. I think right now that is something that we've got to have before we go any further. And then as this continues on, we have to call a special meeting to conduct some business. We have to conduct a consensus of the board. We'll try to make every effort to move this process through as fast as possible. Okay.
When you have a fund balance, do you? In your situation, we've talked about that before. Yes, if not, you probably don't have a fund balance.
And at some point, and I will be here, but we have to this board, it might make sense for this board to have a full meeting with the SEC board and just have a discussion. You talked about there has to be an agreement reached, and the quickest way to do that is to meet, and not us talk about it independently and them talk about it independently, but get together and talk about it.
And indeed,
most of them are already here.
And we have two members that are on both boards, so it ought to be pretty easy.
It'll be hard to have a meeting.
But that needs to happen.
I think it might be appropriate also to consider requesting the SEC board to take a look at the design that they have and what sort of opportunities there might be, value engineering, to get that cost down a little bit. I know Curtis was part of our discussion the other day, Curtis Dowd, and there's some things in that plan that he feels real strongly about that SEC needs in that plan. So we need to be careful that we don't do something that becomes unworkable.
I think that's what we talked about one time before. You got a curriculum. You need to match your curriculum with the building.
Exactly.
Because it's there.
So
You could value engineer under programmatic and state certification minimum requirements so that it'd be a certified training facility, which none of us would like to have. It needs to be certifiable so that it meets the needs of our firefighters and people like that. So.
That's where the two boards, in my opinion, need to get together and have that discussion, because it's hard for us to suggest something to them suggest something back to them and talk
yeah, it's
about.
not our role to dictate the trustees.
It's not. That's what I'm
Appreciate you
saying.
putting up with
Have
it.
that discussion.
And I mean, they need to know that's something you'd like for them to look at. They need to decide whether or not that's something they
We presented the proposal to y'all, and we're just waiting for the feedback, and this is fine, and we can go back to them and look at the joint meeting is what we need to have, and to be able to sit down face to face and talk. And I think the 12 acres there approximately, whatever that little piece would work. And I think the conversation comes back to the programmatic and curriculum needs of what is necessary to meet the training standards for certification through the state fire marshal.
So our MOU was for this full 26 acres. Several
phases of it. Several phases.
That was one of, I believe, 5 or 6 phases.
It is one of 5 or 6 phases. I think at one particular point in time in the conversation, Commissioner, it was requested for all the land at one time. but I don't believe, I can't speak on behalf of my board, but I would feel as though if they saw this portion to be able to do this phase, I'm sure there would be some sort of agreement as opposed to a height or whatever at that point in time.
And who chose that to be the most, so this is pretty high value property right here. That's where the farmhouse was.
That was on the master plan.
Oh,
We,
okay.
It was the revised master plan.
revised master plan, yeah.
Yeah, I remember looking at it as good, but I didn't know if that was the best place to put it on front of the campus or down in the woods somewhere.
Well, this is kind of sits down.
That's below it.
Yeah, this sits down. I think the old farmhouse is back up.
I think it was up where
It's
the
up here to the
country
southwest, a little bit right behind that.
up next to the Groves building.
Southeast of the main campus right there. You can see where it was clear.
That's the part that's just down below the parking lot.
There's a fairly steep slope that comes off that parking lot and goes down toward the
You know,
river.
with the sewer.
Yeah, that was really dark.
That's correct, yes.
It might be a good.
All right, so we know how to proceed. Are we good?
Proceed with the survey.
Yeah, and then go from there.
It might be a good opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Use the drone. Southwest has access to what people sit down and look and see what all these things, what you're looking at.
That's what I left flat.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Tom. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Don.
Let me ask a question here, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
I notice we have a fairly large number of folks here that aren't normally here, and I'm guessing maybe you're here because of the consideration of community club renovations. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes. Show of hands. Okay. This meeting is a long one. We still got a lot to go, and even I'm going to suggest now that we, depending on how quickly the rest of this goes, we may consider even recessing until next Tuesday. Just I'm throwing that out. But in any event, we've got a fairly large number of people who are here for an item way down. It's an hour from now at least. So if we move that up and have that discussion and sort of
Absolutely.
decide what we're going to do about that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You don't have to pass that.
Yeah. Since we had already approved the agenda, do I have a consensus board to move that up? So they,
We don't rock and roll.
I'm talking about 11F.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is, if you remember, Commissioner Shields and myself and the county manager, we recently attended a community appreciation at up on the hill, on Thomas Heights Road, with the property extension. And we were reminded how important our communities are. There were over 100 and something attendees. What we have tonight, bringing before the board, is two requests from the two communities. The first one you'll see is from the Salem Church. That's in the Colasage community. Several folks are here tonight. Mr. Stephen Bryson, who is president of that organization. They are rebuilding the old Salem Church, which is the Colasage community building. Mr. Chairman, this is something that was dear and near to you, that we went up and looked at, along with the county manager. They have put over 700 hours of restoration of their own into the community building of their own. They worked hard to recapture this building and bring it back to life. This building was to Macon County, built in 1875. As you know, this board has had a history of bringing these buildings back to life in the community, whether it be Pine Grove, Scaly Mountain, Holly Springs, and other places that we feel that this is part of our history and our heritage in Macon County. And these buildings are certainly worth saving. And so some of us feel strongly that, especially in these community buildings, this is the heartbeat of, we feel that these community buildings are the heartbeat of Macon County. These community buildings are where they gather. That's where they, a lot of things happen here. And this is Colasage Community Association is rebuilding the association and doing a great job under the direction of Mr. Bryson and a lot of other hard-working folks in this community. They've come to the point where they've got to have some help. They have done a wonderful job in raising money as a beginning organization, but they've come to the point where they've got to have some help. If you will flip over and look at the list of repairs, you will see Some of the repairs has got to happen for code purposes and for other purposes. Mr. Mike Bryson, who is a licensed contractor, is leading the efforts up there with a lot of volunteers to repair and replace the damaged floor system. They got to be ADA approved, ramp. They got to repair and replace a lot of the roof structure and the metal that's on the roof to prevent any more leaks. And they got to do, the building really has no electrical. They got to redo the whole electrical. So if you look at the total, the subtotal is $58,250. The labor donations, not counting the $700 they put in, but the labor donations on just on these items is $12,300. And then the community club will be willing to put in $5,000 that they have worked very hard to raise. So the request tonight to come before this board, and it will be handled like all other requests on these renovations of these buildings. Of course, this money would not be dispersed upon receipt to Lori and the county manager sign off on them and through their secretary of the club. In other words, not a check would just not be written, but upon receipt and approval by Lori and the county manager, the request of $40,950 be set aside from the general fund for the Palisades Community Club. And we just feel that this is a very worthy cause to be done over time. This isn't money that's not going to be spent overnight. These folks are going to work hard, and Stephen is here along with a lot of the other folks, that they'll answer any questions, or will answer any questions that you might have for the Salem Church and the Palisades Community Association and the hard work they put in. Mr. Chairman, we feel that this is money well spent for our community and for our county. So I'll be glad to try to answer any questions. Mr. Mike Bryson could not be here tonight, but if he was here, he would tell you the same thing. But he's leading the efforts. Mike's a great contractor, and the work will certainly be done correctly. All permits will be taken as needed, and I'll assure you that these folks are committed for the long haul. And after they have went through and got all the paperwork done with the help of Mr. Richie Jones, they've got all the 501c3s in order. Mr. Jones, everything's in order for their organization, and all that paperwork can be submitted upon request, whatever the county might need. So, Stephen, if you have anything to add, or anybody from the Palisades Community Association has anything to add, you're welcome to do so at this time.
We just appreciate y'all considering helping us out, and we hope that y'all will, so we can get the community building back to where it's safe to be in.
Mr. Bill, as you know, on the Skating Mountain Community Center agreement with them, they would make that facility available for recreational things such as reading or classrooms and that sort of thing. The idea is to make sure that there were some public purposes taking place there. I think by the very nature...
And Pine Grove, the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the very nature,
yeah,
we would probably need a little agreement with people.
And I'm sure that the Palisades, we've had that discussion, and the Palisades Association certainly would agree with that. We've had that discussion. They would welcome that.
I think by the very nature, these community centers are about public matters.
And they're the heartbeat of all these communities. So, Mr. Chairman, if anybody has any questions about that, the folks are here.
Who's here from Palisades Community?
That's Mr. Oster, Mr. Andrew Bryson, Mr. Stephen Bryson.
Dad's here, but he's hiding.
And Mr. Leslie Bryson somewhere. I see him.
I've seen them as they started their club, because I, with the counterpart, and they really have worked hard. And they are one of the few communities that don't have a club right now, a place where they can meet that is their own.
That's right.
So they have a void in that community that would be filled by the Redemption Church.
I agree totally.
So is the church owned by the community association now?
Yes, sir.
The church has just recently been placed on the historic register, and that we really want to keep it like have it repaired just the way it was before. And to be used by the community.
They're doing everything. I mean, the original floor is gonna be taken out, the floor system fixed, and the new floor put back down. Same thing with the windows. Yes, to keep it like this, you do not have to pass the coat on the insulated windows if you want to use the original windows back in place. They will be fixed to work to save as much energy as possible, but you can use those same windows back in place. So, but they are some work to be done. And they realize that even with this appropriation, if the board sees fit, there's still a lot of work to be done, and they know that. But this is to help them get started, and they know they want to have a lot. But we feel that this will get them up, and once this will get started, I think you're going to see a lot of folks in the community contribute more. They have had some good contributions, and they've already spent a lot of money, not only sweat equity, but out of their own pockets here. So that's the first one, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I'd be more than happy to make a motion that we appropriate those funds out of our fund balance to the Palisadia Community Club in the amount of $40,950.
We have a motion. And second discussion.
Just real quick, this great thing y'all were doing, I keep always, I've kept up with it in the paper, good thing about Bryce, great contact. And as to fairness of other community clubs, what is our policy towards community centers? They're vital to the communities, but I see we've got another one. I've just been handed these things. I ain't had time to read them. Are we treating them all the same? I know Skating Mountain, they've restored this beautiful building they got. Are they being treated equal? Do we have a policy?
I think Ms. McCall could probably answer. She's the guru of this. Maybe you could answer.
The Western North Carolina communities that I'm familiar with, there are 9 of us, but we also have other community centers that aren't affiliated. We have the banquet, and we've always had support. I do not know one instance where a community center has come here and been rejected or turned down. We all make a good faith effort, and the county has always supported us. So I don't think that there's an issue of one being favored.
I know in my tenure here, which is 6 years, we've given money for the Skating Mountain.
Almost all of it.
Yeah. Holly Springs.
County, Holly Springs. I think we've helped all of them to a great extent. And any of them that, and you'll see Octo coming up next, that they're in a position for trouble violations, for trouble reasons and other reasons that they got to have some things. So I think Octo's one of the few who do not have. And Palisadia is one of the few that started anew, and I think it's wonderful that
it's really going to bring that community together. And Alto really did a lot with their fire department, but now they've become very active, and they're just a shining community right now.
Yeah, and it's got to the point where they got to have some people.
Yeah, they're growing. Which is good because we're having a lot of additional residents that's come in that area. It's making people belong to the community, so they want to stay here and they want to be full time and they want to bring their families up because they know.
And it is the heartbeat of these communities.
It is.
It really is.
The city folks want to come in here
I
and be
think
part of that.
St. Paul's question's a fair one. I think what we've done is over a period of time, like I've not been here for 6 years, Ronnie's been here longer, but we've helped a number of communities over a period of time. We didn't do them all at one time.
Yeah, 4 years, I remember Skating, because we quite a debate about that, and I think we only gave them $5,000.
I don't know.
I think it was a little more than that.
About 40-something thousand.
And I think that came in, we redid that.
Give them 5 a year.
Yeah, give them 5 a year.
For some reason,
Yeah,
I
I know,
like
Holly Springs.
something the first time.
Skating Mountain.
Now, Holly Springs building was about 4 years ago maybe. And that was a similar situation. Old building that was really bad repaired. I think we occupied about 58.
And Pine Grove, you were very active in Pine Grove. And even years and years ago, the Gillespie Chapel wouldn't be standing if it hadn't been for the support of you guys. Yeah.
It was, these things are worth saving for hits.
These are probably the 2 remaining. Is that
That's fair to say.
that we have.
Yeah, because they did the church over in Cali, they did that. So I'm, somebody's gonna come up with one, we're gonna dig out.
I believe this is the last, I think that goes on.
These two.
Okay, just a reminder, we're actually in discussion
The motion.
on the motion.
I think there's additional questions coming from your finance officer, just to be clear. She needs clarification on who would actually be doing the work, and the receipts be brought to the county.
That's what I said.
That's what I heard Ronnie say.
That's what
I'm sorry, I stepped out, so.
Yeah, the
Sorry
receipts,
about that.
you would not pay until the receipts are approved by you and the county manager. And the receipts are just like all the others, there's no check.
Need to write on a check.
No, sir.
$40,000.
No, ma'am. And Stephen understands that, as does the people in the secretary and this officer from the association.
Would we be writing the check to Palisades Club or
To the association. To the association.
And that is a not to exceed.
That's a not to exceed amount.
Exceed the post, they'll come out.
And if they come in any cheaper, they'll tell you that.
Other discussion, questions? All right, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Opposed? That motion passes.
And Mr. Chairman, the second one we have several people here. We have the president, Ms. Ann McClure, who is here. Ann, if you would please stand. This is from the Octo Community Development Organization. Octo, is located down at Octo Fire Department. We were approached, the county manager, myself, and you, Mr. Chairman, were approached by the community. Octo Community Club has come to the point where it's a very, very active community, but their meeting location has come to the point where they've got to have some help, not only code-wise, but otherwise. If you will look, they have been organized for a long time. It's got to the point where they have to have some help getting some things just so that they can still meet in the building. They have regular meetings there. They already have the things that our attorney talked about. Those meetings are already taking place there. They have all their paperwork in order. If you look down, what they're asking for is they need an HVAC system. They need new flooring, electrical work. It's got to be brought up to code, and major roof repairs. They are going to contribute more with basically everything Ann and them can raise. They're willing to contribute their hard-earned work and their money they've raised. The total renovation costs that they came up with, these are good numbers, $58,155. Their contribution is $14,000, and the request from them is not to exceed $44,155. And you can look through the numbers, and of course we will look at some other numbers through especially on the HVAC with our local, as the county manager said, with our local maintenance department, if we can save some money on that. Ms. McClure and this association is certainly open to saving money if we can on any portion of this. But this is probably, if not the most active community gathering place, is probably one of the most active. So, Mr. Chairman, you're well aware we've looked at this, as the manager has, and discussed it and looked at the situation. The proposals you see is to bring, if you see the heat system there, it's just not up to standards, not up to code, and so it's time, with as many people as gathered there, it's become a liability almost, especially for the fire department underneath you to make that beginning. So with that, the community club brought it forward to this board. So this request from this board for the Octo Community Building, and Miss Ann is here along with some other folks from Octo, is not to exceed $44,155. And Miss Ann is sure to answer any questions that you might have along with several other members of the Octo community. And so with that, And for the same reasons we discussed with the Conversation Community Development Club, that we would also make that motion that we support the Octo Community Club out of our general fund with the same regulations and requirements with Lori, and the spend of the money and the same requirements by our general counsel, whatever paperwork he demands from them. This club will certainly furnish to the county, and the payments will not to exceed in the payment process how the Lorraine County Manager and General Counsel proceed. So with that, I'll make a motion that we help this community, and by that helping our county, in the amount of $44,155.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
And if you've got anything to add, please do so.
Just that this is the prime time to do this for us. We have an insurgence of volunteers. And they all came with me. They're still out there working hard. But we've got a lot of people. We have a lot of support and people ready to help us. We don't have the money. We're raising money. We had a 5K for the community in association with cystic fibrosis. The one 5K, we raised $9,000 that we split. We got 37 and cystic fibrosis got 37 after expenses. But when you have 44,000 that you need, and the programs that we're working on, we had this summer and last summer alone, we fed over 2,000 children in the Feed the Children program with NPP. But that makes us have to pay the electricity on the building all summer long because the building is in operation every day. And it takes all the money that we raise to support the building, and we cannot expand our programs in the community because of the 40-year-old air conditioning system and the roof. I know, Mr. Chairman, you were out there when we were running with buckets to gathered.
I spoke at your community club, and we began to have this discussion, and it was raining so hard, and they had buckets sitting all over the place. I was just trying to stand somewhere where it wasn't leaking through. So I've experienced firsthand. Of course, I wish it could rain like that again.
Let's try it again.
I'm going to speak. Next meeting.
I could get contact information of
I have all that.
Okay.
I have all that.
All right, great, thank you.
I got a question. I'm just reading your management agreement here. Just like I asked the previous one, I presume on this one it says that the auto volunteer fire and rescue department owns the building.
No, we own the building.
What is the management agreement that's in the packet that we have here? Are they downstairs in that building?
They're using some portion of it apparently.
They use the downside.
So, I'm confused now.
Fire department leases it for $1.
The fire department leases it.
Got a 99 for $1.
99, yeah.
And I guess we're in the building.
We own the building.
Okay, then. Okay, but I was reading on here that in your agreement, I'm just asking, I'm not disagreeing. It says the quote, auto volunteer fire and rescue department will be responsible for all maintenance and repair to the occupied facilities. Of their.
They did.
Of their. That's their portion.
They have their
Yeah,
portion.
that's-
You drive in the whole park, and they come in up here. They come in like that.
They're not occupying the entire.
No, they just occupy the downstairs.
It just doesn't say that in this agreement.
Let me ask one other question, Mr. Carl. Out of the 9, this is about it, isn't it? About what Mr. Peter was talking about?
Yes, I would love to see other communities organized like this within the county because it really brings your close in and love the first.
But to answer your question, I think what it, of the ones that exist,
Yeah.
this is sort of the last two.
Yeah. Unless you talk about broadband.
We're working on broadband. As a matter of fact,
We'll do it. We'll do it.
comment. Any other discussion about this? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much.
Let me say this. I've been very consistent in my opinions about this since being a commissioner. When you have projects like this that you're not asking the county to pay for the entire thing, in other words, labor, all that kind of stuff. So we're getting probably, for the community, the county, I say we collectively, are getting probably $100,000 renovation. It's what it would be. If you had to build construction, it'd be $200,000.
Exactly.
Anyway, we're due to it. So I think when we, I don't mean to determine the bad, but when we use folks like you who volunteer, we take our tax dollars and we double them or triple them, which makes them a good investment in my opinion. So I appreciate what you folks are doing. I went and looked, of course I was there firsthand and experienced your building, and had a chance to go up to the Salem Church and visit through there. And it's a beautiful old building. Needs some work. It's going to be a
You all will do it. We'll get it done.
So my comment is, thank you for doing that. Thank you for not making wise use of taxpayers.
Thank y'all for
We
being here.
spread them that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all, we appreciate y'all.
Y'all welcome to stay, we've got another 2 hours.
We'll be here. You realize I've been here.
See, Bobby.
I'm
Julie, by the way. Nice to meet
He goes, I'm gonna call the board into recess. A break.
Good, sir. How are you? Don't mind.
I failed to mention earlier, and I'm usually a little better than this, but I guess because it's my last meeting, I'm a little off. But we have our newly elected county commissioner, Mr. Carl Gillespie, is with us tonight. Welcome, Carl. Carl will be, he'll be replacing me on the board. And also, I'd like to congratulate our fellow commissioner, Paul Higdon, on his re-election, and Paul, of course, is rejoining us tonight. And just so you know, then we'll get right back into our agenda. Here's what will happen. On December the 5th, that is what, 3 weeks from now? Is that right? Right. 3 weeks from today, I believe it is. On December 5th, the statute, it's a Monday, correct. The statutes of the state of North Carolina say that the commissioners shall be sworn in on the first Monday of December. What will happen, we'll even them. I'm going to be here to watch it. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'll be sitting out there. But Carl and Paul will raise their right hand, put a hand on the Bible or on the Constitution or whatever you decide you're going to put it on. I'm sorry. The Bible will survive. That was a little joke. Anyway, they will be sworn in. They will be sworn in at 6 o'clock, and then Carl will take his seat up here, probably sit here, since I won't be here, and then Derek will call the meeting to order. And at that point, because at that point you don't have a chairman or a vice chairman because the year's expired, and my term is expired because Carl's sworn in. So Derek will ask for the meeting to be to order. He will ask for nominations for chairman. They'll do that, whatever process this board decides to do. They will elect the chairman. That chairman will take this seat, and then you will elect the vice chairman. And then whatever business, probably none. After this agenda, I can't imagine business in 3 weeks. So, but if there is, they'll need to announce it. Other business will take place. Otherwise, you just need to.
So that's a confirmed time at 6 o'clock.
I think the
We'll
thing.
be recessing this meeting, I assume.
Well, I was going to say, let's talk about the statute. Do we recess it? Because I'm recessing the meeting, but then I'm not going to be here.
Here's the problem. You're fully authorized to recess this meeting to that date. No problem.
Either way. Okay.
If you don't want to do it that way,
you can call a special meeting, but you're going to have to be one to call that, or either 3 members or 4.
Okay. All right, we'll just recess. That's what we'll do. Recess until December the 5th, and I'll let the can be here and support these commissions.
That is at 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m., 5 West Main Street, Franklin, North Carolina. All right.
Is that paid up for that time of negotiation?
I'm sorry.
Is that time of any negotiation?
I just did that. Now, I was basing it on a conversation I had with Carl. Carl is out of town Sunday and Monday through about, he's going to be in Greensboro till about 1:30, and then he's going to be driving back here. So I just sort of assumed that you guys would want to do it.
At that time is your conflict.
I got a 5 o'clock ball game for my son.
You're going to do it at 8 o'clock?
That's not gonna be fine. 6:30 if it works for everybody else. If it
7 o'clock.
doesn't, don't schedule around me for a ball.
You'll do it at 7 o'clock?
All you're doing is meeting to swear in.
We're just swearing in. You'll do it at 7 o'clock?
Do it 7.
Do it at 7.
Well, swear it in and choosing a chair and vice chair.
7 o'clock?
You're talking about a 20-minute process.
There's not a problem. I want to make sure that you get out to the media and your sunshine list.
6:30 to 7.
You're going to that day.
7 o'clock.
Your agenda indicated it would be 6.
That's good.
Just be real clear.
All right, let's make.
I ain't got to be in Pinehurst at 6 o'clock next morning.
Oh, let's make it 6:30. Okay, 6:30 it is. Decision made. All right, update on Robert C. Carpenter Building Renovation Project. County name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you will recall, I have included again, just to go over and to remind you of what this board has discussed and tentatively agreed upon and had actually authorized Chester to make the corrections to Tom's contract and authorized me to enter into it. The reason that we're going to discuss this tonight is that I have since done some research. It was brought about by another project to do with building inspections. It was brought to my attention that as a county, we can apply to the licensing board in Chester. The licensing board did confirm with Jack today that we can apply under what is known as the owner contractor exemption. Basically, the county can submit to the state that we are the owner of this building, and then we can act as a general contractor for this project. In discussing it with Tom and Jack, Steve Ledford, Seth Adams, the rec director, we have came to the conclusion that we can do this project. We'll be able to receive significant savings by acting as the general contractor for this project, being as we can go directly to the person that is replacing the gym floor and deal with them directly. Deal directly with the person doing the framing, deal directly with the person doing the electric work, so on and so forth. And so by doing that, we basically get that contractor status, and we can go directly to the subs. So that, and it's not that, it's the fact of the matter is that we have, with Tom, our architect, Steve Ledford, Jack Morgan, head of code enforcement, I just feel like we have a great staff with Lori and Chester, Seth out there, a great staff and a great opportunity here to make these improvements and these renovations using the resources we have and do them as efficiently as possible. And under the laws of the state of North Carolina, we are, according to Mr. Mike Silvers, who is over the state licensing board, we are permitted to do that. What I've passed out is what we had discussed, and I wanted you all to have an idea of what we were talking about, because we can talk about it all day, but unless we see it, when we talk about the front of the building, this is that, giving it a new look. This is a rendering that was provided by our architect, and this is kind of an idea of what we're talking about with changing the front look of the community building, just to put a new face on it. Now, this is the exterior work. Aside from pressure washing the brick, we'll have new drip edge up here along the top of the building, and the windows will be completely replaced. We'll have brand new windows in there. So that, along with this new facade of where that old cylinder used to be, will give a new look. Our architect feels confident, a new appearance to the Robert C. Carpenter building. Along with that, what this bidder contract, which is the original contract, all we're going to do is break it out in how we sub it. Tom is currently working with a general contractor that he works with on other projects to provide us with what is called a critical path schedule. In other words, that lays out the time frame that each sub's coming in, each sub's coming out. Again, another tool for us as we oversee this project and act as a general contractor. So we will have that. Another thing this enables us to do is utilize our maintenance. We still have to meet general statute requirements for forced labor with our maintenance staff, but we can utilize our maintenance staff to do things like the demolition, to do things like painting inside, pressure washing, any kind of demolition that we need to do, which would have been, again, lumped in that general contract that we'll now be able to take out and even take out of the sub contracts and utilize our maintenance. So through this provision in North Carolina general statutes, that is what we have been in contact with the school government, researching this, and also in contact with North Carolina State Licensing Board. We can utilize it. Now what we're doing is we're getting that critical path schedule, and we're getting the separate subcontracts that we'll have to have with electrician, whoever we're going to do the carpentry work, the plumber, and so on and so forth. So Tom's contract that I was authorized to sign after Chester made the revisions to, while it still contains this, which basically is a complete interior renovation of the building, along with what you're seeing here with the new facade. That will be different now. It's the same thing. I just wanted to remind the board again, and give you all a chance to look it over again, make sure there was nothing in any of these rooms we were leaving out, make sure you were pleased with how the front of this building looked before we start moving forward with this project.
Yeah, I think when we met last, I think we left this with the board and with the idea, please take a look at it. If you had additions or deletions or ideas that you wanted to do differently than what's there, we need to get that from you. So if there's still a need for a little additional time for you to come up with any of that, let us know tonight. Otherwise, I think we want to try to go ahead and try to get some of this moving.
Mr. Chairman, the only deletion or change that I see on the list that I've spoken to the manager about it is, I would really look at a different kind of floor covering than carpet squares, just because of the use of this building. The carpet squares are fine, you can replace them one at a time, yes. But for the use of this building and the longevity of the floor covering, I would look at a different type of floor covering than carpet squares. I just think that one cup of red Kool-Aid, you had to lick on carpet squares. So I think some other type of floor covering than carpet squares for this commercial type building, because you got a lot of kids in there, and just carpet is just. I just think a different type of floor covering in this type of building especially. A recommendation would be, they have so many different types of click vinyl now that you can put over concrete. We're putting, as you well know, we have they got some now that's 2 foot by 8. We just some non-pervious. Yeah, there's so many different types of floor covering now that you can use as non-pervious, as water resistant, that so much better, and matter of fact, it's just cleaner than carpet. I would just look at that. That's my suggestion.
Absolutely.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention Mr. Ritter's contract's going to change a little bit if, in fact, the commissioner's desire for the county to serve as a general contractor. There's going to be a need for Mr. Ritter to be more involved in the day-to-day aspects of this job and overseeing this job. There's also going to be additional work instead of putting up one set of specifications for the whole job and having general contractors bid on that, we would anticipate utilizing Mr. Ritter to put together the specifications for each individual subcontractor and administer that. So his job's going to be a little bit larger than what it is right now, but nevertheless, we think his expertise in the trade and industry will bring value to the county to be involved in this process.
Just for that contract right now, what's the $40?
I think
What is it?
it's 16,000.
16 is his, the
16,000.
commissioners appropriated 17.
17.
So if the commissioners are inclined to look at it this way, I didn't want you to have a surprise when we brought a little liquor contract back.
And we could, it could be that with this new structure that I think we need to go and see what the proposal that Tom brings to us rather than set it around here, which will.
Something we can do on the 5th of December. If we have it
5th of
ready.
December, and just
Or
keep
the
in mind,
second Tuesday in
the way we've looked at this schedule right now, it will be, and then the way the scheduling and the events fall in that building, it's going to be pretty crucial if we move forward with this project. We get started in January to be able to finish it and have it open whenever things start moving next.
Talking with the recreation director, it's critical that we get to work on it in the winter time. That's when the use is down, the basketball's done. Great opportunity for working.
And Steve there from his crowd was proving time after time, whether it be at Crawford Senior Citizen Center, whether it be at the Sheriff's Department building crops. Wherever we put them, it saves this county out for how many hundreds of thousands of dollars they can do work.
Steve was a part of these discussions and has indicated that this time of year is actually the best time of year for his crew to work on projects like this.
And just more than anything, I wanted you guys to just be brought up to speed on where we were at. Again, be given an opportunity to comment on the renovations that are listed here and going to be taking place and actually see to get a feel for what the front of that building is going to look like once we make these exterior renovations.
You don't need any action for us.
Not at this point. I think we will have Tom's contracts either at the new contract at either the December 5th meeting or the December 13th meeting. I would say
Communicate with him, or want me to communicate with him?
I can get in touch with him. I'll touch base with him.
What's the projected cost of this fair?
Well, that's the thing. We like I said, when we were going to put it out to a general contractor, I wouldn't want to mention a number because that would be where the lowest bid came in at. So with this option, I can say that with certainty, we would save anywhere right off the top from 15%, roughly right off the top of whatever it would have been. And so with that being said, we will be able to, once we put this project out, once you authorize us to enter into a contract with Tom, Tom gets the bid specs drawn up, ready.
We'll bring those numbers to you.
We'll bring those numbers to
The
you.
board's free
Be able
to
to give
accept
you
the
a-
objective.
And it'll be in pieces, so it'll be the city, yeah, we will do this, we won't do that.
And Steve, the stuff that maintenance will be doing will be broken out and never put out to bid. So we'll be telling whoever's doing the floor, if say Steve's crew tears the floors out, hey, you're coming in with a clean slate, all you gotta do is lay it. So don't factor in the falling off costs or the tearing up costs. So that's where we think we're really gonna even exceed that 15%.
We do need, did you need approval for the critical path study, or did you have that?
No, we had that.
That's the whole point of that critical path, is so that we could tell these folks when they would need to be there and available to work and do the work. can charge you with the damages caused on us if you run late.
Don't run late.
We would envision putting liquidated damages clause in the
Yeah, yeah. Let's use the term on time and under budget.
That's right.
All right, thank you very much, Derek. That, in my opinion, that looks good, and it sounds like we're heading in the right direction. I'm happy to have been part of that before my departure. Andy Muncy and GIS analyst Wes Hall.
Mr. Chairman, Board, sir, thank you for having us. Thank you, Andy. Passed out a couple of handouts of information that we've come across in our research work, trying to determine the extent of broadband deficiencies in Macon County. And I've got a couple of handouts. What I'd like to focus on first is a summary sheet, but the second sheet covers the same information that's in this summary sheet. The sources of our information were broadband coverage maps that are available from broadband.gov, ncbroadband.gov, and we went to those sites and located data sources that were compatible with our GIS mapping system here in Macon County. We were able to get that data imported into our GIS so that we could do some comparisons about the coverage areas of several of the providers that were at the previous meeting. This is not inclusive of all of the providers in our area, but these were the data sets that were available from broadband.gov and NC Broadband. A couple of notes about this data. We needed to establish a baseline to compare the data sets that were available with something tangible on the ground here in Macon County, and we did that by establishing a parcel value or a building value of greater than $10,000 as being a point on our map. And those parcels with structures of value of greater than $10,000, we layered these maps on top of one another and brought back the information so that we'd have the information that relates directly to parcels and structures that might need internet service, and that would automatically omit areas where internet service may not be necessary. The broadband and high-speed service are two completely different things. And broadband service has a new FCC standard of being 25 megs down and 3 megs up. Anything short of that is just high-speed internet service. There are a couple other notes here that I'd like to cover before we get into the data that was available. The data is collected in GIS systems either as points or polygons, and that can give a different appearance on the map. Point data appears more speckled, like this data here you see is our structures information. Under the Northland map, the majority of the structures in the county are visible, whereas polygons are more closed sections that illustrate a boundary very similar to what you see over here on this DNet coverage map. Another important thing about the data that's available from NC Broadband or broadband.gov is the data is collected based on census blocks. That basically means that if a provider covers one customer within a 2 square mile area, that entire census block will show as covered. When in fact, it may just be on the corner of that census block that they've got coverage. So once you keep that in mind as we look at this data and the information that we're able to get out of The data that we reviewed initially is terrestrial data only. That means ground-based systems, not satellite. And we'll talk a little bit about the reasons that we really didn't consider those types of services in the analysis that we were performing. There is some unreported coverage. We know that there are some providers that have not reported their coverage areas to NC Broadband or broadband.gov. And some of the data sets included download and upload speeds separately. It's important to keep in mind that the speeds that were reported were both advertised and delivered speeds. We did not incorporate any data that covers cellular coverage, but we did do some comparisons on broadband versus high speed. The next section of this spreadsheet gives a thumbnail view of what these coverages look like on their GIS systems and after we've imported them into Macon County's GIS. Here on the left, you can see what the coverage looks like for a cable system. This is Morris Broadband in the purple, as compared to a DSL system under Frontier, where you see this ring-type architecture to it, where as it goes out further and further from the provider, it loses speed. And here, Northland's cable system on the Highlands area. It's a little bit small to pick up in this picture, but it's very similar to the type of coverage that's depicted under Morse Broadband. And then DNet's wireless coverage, which is really a viewshed analysis of areas that can see a fixed point. There are a couple of providers that are notably missing from this set, and they were present at the prior meeting. Boston West is not depicted here because they're a carrier level service or a middle mile provider, and that's not the type of analysis that we were prepared to do. And we also have a request being prepared to go into Highland Cable Group to get a list of the structures that they cover because they have not submitted information to broadband.gov, so that data wasn't available. What we were able to do is layer these maps on top of our structure data to get counts of where their coverage provided service and identify those who were underserved or who had a limited amount of service. So the first analysis that West Hall performed with our GIS was to take these layers imported and give us a count of the number of structures that had no wired internet service. And that's what's depicted here. That's just a number of structures over $10,000 that don't have any wired service available to them.
And that could be a barn.
It could be. It could be. But we had to narrow our data set down, and that's
right.
Because they were working with census blocks, we knew that we were just getting an average number. So we based all these figures on that total count of structures over 10,000, or parcels with structures over $10,000 of 27,064 parcels. If there is a parcel that has multiple structures like a condo, it's just the total of the building value that has to exceed $10,000 to be included. So from that, we calculated some percentages of those structures that have no wire service.
What that actually gives us is the highest number, potentially, of, quote, homes or structures that might need internet. Some of those may not be structures that don't need internet. So this is sort of the worst case scenario.
Well, and it's sort of subjective to discuss what does and doesn't need internet, because we're looking towards the future, and we all
your barn
have
might need
idea in mind that a lot of devices may need internet
And
and don't current.
again, I'd like to add, we're looking at these numbers. This is based on the data that was provided. Again, this data is all that we had. This is not perfect data. And that is why I emailed these maps, like Morris Broadband, I emailed this map and said, here's what we got from broadband.gov or nc.gov. I think to say the least, like with Mars Broadband and Frontier, with all of these, I think when you're looking at the data they're doing on census blocks, the 2 by 2 miles, I think, and I met the other day with Nikki, Andy and I have talked about it, Wes and I have talked about it, I've spoken with Carl about it, as he is on the planning board, and I think that it grossly overestimates the people that have broadband. And was that safe to say? I mean, that's kind of.
And I think with our geography, that being the way that it is, that it even makes that more so than it would in areas.
And to say that, and I'm sorry, Andy, for interrupting, but to say that, I say that to say the first step was getting this data overlaid. That way we can go to the providers and say, here's the information we have. Can you give us a service address list with addresses so we can have more complete information? But right now, here's the information we have. This is what we're capable of doing. Help us make it as accurate as we can with the service areas and speeds. So this was the first step in the process.
And this is excellent work.
Yeah, absolutely. Wes and Andy, this is great.
So when we did the same comparison for wireless providers, we got a percentage of those structures over 10,000 that do not have wireless service. We compared those and came up with a head count on the number of structures over 10,000 that have no service whatsoever. Each one of these exports we can generate as an Excel spreadsheet to send to providers to say, these are the addresses that we show as not being serviced, and potentially spur, some interest in providing service to these areas that are underserved. So that's high-speed internet that we talked about. When we move on to true broadband, the true broadband numbers have an overlap. I want to talk about that because we've got 2 cable franchises listed here that don't have any overlap in their service areas, but they do overlap with the DSL provider. So we've got an unknown overlap that's being calculated right here, and I show overlap A and overlap B. We don't know what the number is, but we can get an estimate of what its total is when we finish this calculation. So we found 40% have access to Morris, 36.8 have access to Northland, 16.2 have access, Frontier, 16.2 to Northland. We also knew an amount that did not have any access. So we were able to work this backwards and realize that the overlap of service with these 3 providers is approximately 25%. And that's good news because that means that those customers have a choice between 2 broadband providers. And so that overlap, we've got 30% approximately do not have access to the broadband, 70% who do have access to the broadband, and the total overlap was 25%. That means 75% of the people with broadband service only have a single provider who can provide them with that service.
Say that again, Andy.
75% of the people with broadband service, 25 megs up, 3 megs down or greater, are limited to one provider. That means if they're a Morris Broadband, if they're a Frontier customer, they happen to be in an area where they don't have Morris or they don't have Northland.
And subtract the latter from the former, you have 25% to have a choice of 2.
That's right. And 75% don't. Have only one. That 75% is a concern. So our 3 concerns outlined here are those who have no service whatsoever. That's a concern. Those who have no broadband, and those who only have a single source of broadband.
So we have about 75% of our structures in County have access to some high-speed internet or broadband, correct?
Not broadband.
No.
Not broadband.
No.
Am I reading that?
Not even high-speed.
25% have no broadband.
Right, so 75% do. Can't do that.
No, because some of their highlights are different speeds on the map.
Yeah.
75% have that's 75% of the structures over $10,000, or the parcels with structures over $10,000, have a single source that they could get broadband.
That's what
25% of the structures over $10,000.
Whether they have it or not, they have access to it. That's not necessarily.
No, we're not doing a count on customer base. We don't have that information back from the provider. Access.
I am totally, absolutely.
This is based on the data that we have available.
So on the second report,
It has to be overstated. There's no way that there's 75% of people have broadband.
So I'd like to clarify the data. We obviously know that is provided, our data is provided by advertised or what they call typical, which is actual by census, like somebody does a survey online. Looking at that, if you look at the maps, we know that there's certain areas in the county, they claim there's actual service that we know it's not there.
Yeah.
So that's where we're over depicting our numbers.
I think on here.
But what we're saying is, this whole thing is intended to be the first step. A lot of work has went into it. We got the information we had available because this is where anybody in our community, they go to broadband.gov or broadband NC and they start clicking around and say, well, I can get 25 megs here at where I live. And then when that's not the case, is that not what Nikki, is that not? So by getting this together, what this has shown us more than anything is that we need to get with these providers before we can start making solid recommendations for broadband. That this appears to be so overstated that the first step in this process is this is why it is so important to get back with these providers and let's get their information. This is why.
We don't know how many potential customers.
We can't tell them
until we know how.
Based off the data we have available, which they've compiled, we can't do anything. All we've shown is what we're capable of doing. And wouldn't it be great if we could illustrate these with true data? So that's what we're moving towards. And I would make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, if we could, that this has shown us more than anything. This Appalachian Regional Commission worked 5 years producing a broadband strategic planning toolkit. It was produced in August. The main recommendation in there for communities like this that are seeking to find better broadband possibilities, better ways of getting broadband and funding opportunities for broadband is to establish a broadband committee. And let's get representatives from the school system, let's get representatives from the community, the economic development, people that have stake in the game, even these, like we see here, we need somebody from Frontier that can tell us, hey, this, here's our data, here's our address list, here's our service list, Frontier or Mars Broadband or any of the providers, but that's what we need. So I would ask that just take all this to know that we're capable of putting out a great product. We've done it here. We're only as good as the information we have. We need to form a committee and start moving forward, finding some answers and moving forward in
This
positive.
information, though, should be helpful to the providers as well, because with your mapping capabilities, you can, if they provide their customer list and you can isolate those on the mapping, you can show them places where you think you're providing services where you're not, and then be able to show to them potential customers that they don't know about.
Ronnie, to address your question on, what good is this data? The first question that I tried to answer with this data was to find out how many people don't have service. That was my first question, and it was the easiest one to answer. I can guarantee you If these maps say they don't have service, they don't. They're gonna lean in favor of saying people have service that don't. And so we've got 421 that are identified that have no service whatsoever, and they're clustered in groups. So I think when a provider sees that illustrated, it might be a motivation to help them determine how that might be addressed. They may not realize that group is there, or that they've got a way to reach them. The other thing that I'd like to point out about broadband is that I'd like to say that having some connectivity is better than having no connectivity, and it pushes us towards this new standard. That's 25 down, 3 up. DSL cannot provide sustainably 25 down, 3 up. Not here, not Raleigh, not anywhere. DSL is not the technology. There will be a new technology that comes to push that out the copper line. Right now, wireless, it's not feasible to distribute that type of bandwidth and that density with wireless technology. The two technologies that we have on the ground here in Macon County that are capable of distributing that are fiber, which isn't feasible for us to build out to every home, and cable infrastructure. And so keep that in mind. There are some other notes on these. I'd like for you to read through them. I'm a little bit tired, and we have been really pushing through a lot of data. We've had to pull off this project to produce some other maps for some priority issues. But these, yes.
I just want to raise the issue that we've tried to do this. People in Western North Carolina have been trying to do this for years, do these studies using these providers. And that's what forced us to go to a community-based drive. That's why we put surveys out to everybody in Upper Perkins County. I have a chart, and I can tell you who has kids, who has DSL, who has broadband, because this didn't work. This didn't work. That's why we had to do it.
It's a starting point.
It is a starting point, but if we rely on those, we'll think that we've got something we don't have.
I think more than anything, we use these to say, we need the accurate information so we can get started on this thing.
And I think a survey for the county is how we get valid data.
We can certainly look at some of the addresses that are saying there's service here and send them a survey that see what's really going on.
Look at phone numbers.
Yeah.
Phone numbers. I don't even know if it's legal for the providers to give us their customer information.
But again, that's something that I think a committee needs to put together a report. It needs to identify these issues and it needs to bring back to the Board of Commissioners. We need to identify the issues, identify solutions, and put it together in something tangible that we can take and take it to the next level.
Well, if we can go ahead from somebody like Commissioner West, who's going to be sitting on this board, that knows what he's looking at.
I'd be honored to.
But I mean, to say that, what got me to say that for 75%.
Yeah, we know that's not accurate. Yeah. I'd be happy to head that committee up, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and we need to get that committee put together. I've seen that same recommendation. It recommends your EDC person be on there, your school superintendent,
We just talked about these 9 communities that we know are organized. We had one member for each community. I think that would be they might not get all 9, but you got somebody in that community, I guarantee you that one of them would like to be involved.
I think if we get our more active communities, we're kind of lined up, like Upper Perkins, we actually have a tower site. We have an owner who's waiting for a road. That's how far along we are. I haven't presented this to y'all, but that's where we are. We're ready. Otto, they're in that planning stage and they're coming. So these 2 communities for sure. I'm identifying point people in the other communities and we could bring them in, but if we get the community too big, we won't be able to make action.
We'll bring in and I think I envision it as let's keep it small. Let's identify the key players, get them involved, and then if we need people, we'll bring them in and we'll do it like that.
If it's a start, let's.
There's a history here. Okay. Verizon, at one point, not that long ago, attempted to negotiate the utilization of the fire tower and Mount Albert Mountain. And the Forest Service put them off, and finally they gave up because they surveyed the cities. They have surveys of this area and said, well, the density isn't quite where we need it to be to fund this microwave system. You can imagine, at least in South County, the power of a system that high up and with that kind of array. What I tried to figure out, and all of the, and some of us in Octo have really pressed on this, what system will work and where else is it working? Verizon, I'm not sure how Walgreens, right here, gets their signal, but nowhere have I seen a chip reader fire back or receive as fast as Walgreens do. And I mean, I'm talking about here, other cities and so forth, where we go for what? And nowhere has it done that. I don't know who Walgreens has or who they paid to have, but they have that kind of a system. The lack of that kind of system will retard educational growth, industrial growth. Companies who want to come here are going to say, I can't get the service I need from my 300 or 400 employees who have to be at monitors every day. So it's a pretty important issue for the growth of any county, anywhere in this country. And you were right about where it's going. It's going fast. And we don't need to be crazy with Twitter and Facebook. We just, even businesses and education would benefit from this kind of.
I've got one more point I'd like to make about what we saw regarding population density. If you pull up ncbroadband.gov, you're just going to see the state of North Carolina. But if you go to broadband.gov and you look at surrounding states like North Georgia, Raven County, Towns County, they have the same geography, population densities similar to ours, but yet their broadband deployment is much greater. And I don't know if that's due to more diversity in providers or the way that their system's built out. But if you look at that map on broadband.gov, you're going to see a marked difference. It could be regulatory differences, but that's something else that stood out in the data to me.
Maybe the committee needs to analyze that. I mean, we need to take this thing from top to bottom.
Even the same topography?
Raven County. Raven County basically looks like it's got more coverage than we do here. And, I mean, they've got a little bit.
You talked to folks from Raven County?
No, I haven't. I'm just going by the difference in the width.
What we've been, and these guys, they had put this data together, got it back to me, and I sent each individual provider's map that came here that night with us and said, this is what we have received, this is what we've been able to overlay. Now, can you provide us with something like your service address list along with the speeds that you're actually providing so we can make this data better? We realize this data is generalized data that, is for very general planning purposes, but here, if we're going to start this process, this is what we're doing. And they have each responded and said they've received the email with the questions the board developed, along with this map. I actually copied y'all, I think, when I sent them the emails. So y'all got that. And I assume they're working on it now, and we'll check back in with them as this committee gets up and rolling. Good job, Andy. Thank you. Andy West. Thank you, West. Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Good stuff. Once again, I appreciate the quality of our county employees and what they're getting done here. What a great job that is. All right, 10F is when we had the Parker Meadows discussion. I brought this up a month ago, perhaps two, and I've had several conversations with Lori. So I wanted to share with you. I had several conversations with Derek. First of all, when I first brought this idea up to Lori, she suggested we wait until we get the results of our audit, which is the year ending June 30th each year, right, Lori? June 30th. So let me just give you a couple things to think about. The year ending June 30, 2015, our fund balance was something over $17 million. So I don't have the exact figure.
17.8.
Okay. The year ending June 30th, 16, it was over 21, which is 20. So it's a 40% fund balance a year and a half ago, 48% fund balance, and then whatever it is now. Now, how does that happen? It happens when you set a budget and you come under your expenditure expectations. You come under that. And or it happens when you underestimate your revenues, or the revenues are more than you expected. So with the building of Parker Meadows, the economy improving, we built in, Mr. Manager, help me with this, I believe we built in a 1% increase in this year in sales tax. What we're actually seeing is almost 6%. You hear what I said? We budgeted a 1% increase in sales tax revenue. We're experiencing almost 6%. So that's about a 4.9% difference. So you can't count all that sales tax growth as being ahead of the game because we planned on 1%. And Parker Meadows being a huge contributor to that. And I pointed out to you when I brought this up, I think it was 2 months ago, that if you compare March of 15 to March to 16, that was a great indicator because March is not a tourist month. March is not a month where people leave Atlanta or Florida and say, hey, we're going to the mountains. So it's a good comparison. We had, I have to look back, either 2 or 3 major tournaments in March of this year. Our sales tax was up 34%. And that's huge. We don't see that every month. We don't expect it every month. Because when you get into April, May, June, you have tourism that naturally happens anyway. People naturally come here. But overall, we're seeing that increase in sales tax. What does that amount to in dollars? Lori ran some numbers, and it's a figure approaching $500,000 a year. Okay, we've had the park open a year and a half, so that with a figure possibly approaching $500,000, maybe more. It depends. I think we'll only increase from here as far as usage, and we owe $1.3 million on the project. So here was my rationale. I own business, I think, as a businessman. So you think, why would we pay off that loan when we have other loans, that kind of thing? Okay. I look at business as like this. If I invest in something in my business, with a book of business, which I've done several times, I bought a book of business from someone expecting a certain return, okay, revenue. If that revenue far exceeds, which one book of business I bought did do that, it brought in much more. I use that additional revenue to pay the loan off. So that thing is essentially paying for itself. So what I'm saying is, I think that's what's happened with Parker Meadows. It's essentially paid for itself because the payment on this is only $200,000 a year, which we budgeted. That's in our budget now. The other upside, if we pay that off, is that frees up $200,000 in our budget. Now, you do one or two things with that. You can reduce your budget by $200,000, or you can allocate that to something else that needs to happen. So, anybody got any questions about that? It's a lot of information really fast, but it's accurate. It's from Lori, and Lori can verify that those are.
The only restriction that we saw about prepaying was, really correct me if we go, you got to give them a 30-day notice, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's what
Yeah,
you're
because
saying.
there's no prepayment penalty.
If you give them the 30-day
30-day
notice.
notice.
No penalty for 30-day notice.
And even though we got a very favorable interest rate, if you look at what we're freeing up our budget, you look at the fact that we are paying about 2% interest on $1.3 million is a significant amount of money. So,
2.29%.
2.29. what?
2.29.
2.29.
The only thing I guess I'll add to your comments, Kevin, is the percentages you spoke of. When you compare fiscal 16 to fiscal 15, we were up 4.9%. So what I did is I took that 4.9% growth and applied it to 16 actuals, which projects you out to 7.2 million. So that compared to what we actually budgeted is a surplus of 451. So that's, I just wanted to make sure it's clear how I came up with the numbers, because in the new budget, we've only received 2 months of sales tax in a 12-month game. So assuming that we have a 5% growth over last year actuals, then yeah, we're going to come out $450,000.
and look, and we have data from March, April, May, June, July, August now, so we've got a pretty good indicator of how the year's going. But, and the other part of that is, if you look at what we've grown in fund balance just in a year, we've gone from 17 million and change to 21 million and change, which is as a result of, I think that's conservative budgeting and conservative spending. You have a combination of those two. We've taken in more money than we thought, and we spent less money than we thought. That's what contributes to that.
We readjusted the millage rate during that period of time too.
Correct.
So we could have had it a little higher than we needed. So it's a fact of a lot of money.
You also got to remember, at Parker Meadows, there would have been more tournaments had the girls' tournaments, which was not the county's fault.
He now has a girls' tournament director.
Yeah, we had a director that sort of led us down the Primrose Lane. That
Well, they booked some girls' tournaments out there, and they didn't. The tournament director didn't
follow through.
So it'll only go up from here as far as usage, because the boys' tournaments that used it have already booked the same weekends that they booked this year or next year,
and the girls' tournament.
And the girls' tournaments are booked. So we're looking at more tournaments next year. So that said, it'll take $1.35 million to pay off the loan. That would, and one point I didn't make, if we have a $450,000 to $500,000 surplus each fiscal year, where does that money go? Okay, that's money that you didn't know was coming in. You didn't budget that as revenue. You've not budgeted as expenditure. Where does it go? It goes in fund balance. It adds to this fund balance, which has grown by $4 million in the year to begin with. So I submit that it makes sense to pay the 1.3, give them the 30-day notice, pay off the note, and you free up $200,000 to budget for you guys to decide what to do with it. Next year, you could lower the amount, you could lower the millage rate. That's going to be up to this board moving forward. I think you have an investment that's paid. You have an investment that's paid for itself, and it makes sense to pay the loan off and move on. That's my suggestion.
Was this a 10-year loan?
Yep.
10 years.
I'm in agreement with Kevin. Personally, I think it makes logical sense if you can earn more interest, more income on your money. What you borrow for, it makes sense to borrow it and earn interest on it. If we can earn that and we're not earning 300% in that, it makes sense to pay it off.
And
that's just logical sense.
Is that a motion?
Sure.
Second.
We need $1,350,000 from fund balance
I've never
for the
spent that much.
purpose
To pay
off
the loan. And to give
We'll have to serve the
Integra
30-day
Bank a
notice.
30-day notice.
Then we would do the $1,350,000 plus 90, because the 90 is already budgeted, plus the interest, which is already budgeted.
Is that your motion? I second that.
Motion and second. Discussion. And with that said, if we vote yes to do this, we're still going to have a higher fund balance than we did a year ago. Our fund balance will still be significantly higher. It'll be $2.5 million higher than it was a year ago, even doing this.
It's pretty amazing.
What it amounts to, we're in very good shape financially. I think we're very sound management with our county. Derek and Laura do a fantastic job. Our county department heads do a fantastic job. We have an investment that has paid off, and the combination of that, it just makes sense to do it.
What do you think, Terry? We'll pay you to manage the county.
Well, I mean, I think we've hit on some very good reasons right now. I mean, you know, with I think it's good, you know, that when you hear the board sit up here and when they discuss these things, talk about it as if they were running their own business. And, you know, I think y'all have been elected because that's how you run the county. That's why you guys continue to get elected. And, you know, with Lori looking at it and looking at the preliminary sales tax projections with, you know, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, based on what we've seen and, you know, the the growth out there, and just from being present at those tournaments out there, I mean, it's those tournaments when they're scheduled, they make. And you know, if we free $200,000 up in the budget, you know, that's $200,000 that we can look at to, like Kevin said, any way that we want to look at it. If we, you know, want to come in and reduce the budget or put that $200,000 to use to help us with operations in the county, then it's there. And it's there without having to, it's there continuously, year after year. And from a management standpoint, going into budgeting, you know, that certainly is the money that we're bringing in. I think, you know, fund balance at 48% right now. From a manager standpoint, that is one of the highest fund balances you will find in the state of North Carolina. And I think to add to what the chairman said, we've been able to build that fund balance while at the same time retaining the third lowest tax rate in the state of North Carolina after the Warren tax. And I think that just goes a long way toward what each one of y'all have done and the way that you all run this county. I think, you know, just like Claire said, you're talking about it like you run your business. Commissioner Tate, you did the same thing. And I think that's why that this county's in the shape it's in, that the leadership under this board. And I'm happy to say I think, you know, it's a sound financial business decision based on those factors. I mean, like I said, like the board said, commercial paper is earning 1%. We've got a fund balance that's bumping 50%. Based on the sales tax numbers that we're seeing, we're building fund balance with sales tax year after year, and it would free up $200,000 in the operating budget.
Thank you, Derek. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. And let me ask a question. You guys want to keep going, or do you?
No, let's go. Warren said your time.
We just speed it up and we'll get out of here.
Let's try to speed it up. Too late. New business consideration of East Coast Risk Management, County Manager Human Resources.
How quick is that? We can go through as quick as you want to.
Let's try to expedite. We'll try to not get hung up here.
Do we let Warren and these folks go ahead? Let's let Warren.
Yeah,
let's let Warren and Todd.
All right.
Yeah, Mitch Keener.
We'll go to the Emergency Services Warranty, EMS billing contract.
Anytime to run county,
Very quickly, obviously, we have a billing contract with Macon County EMS, which originally started in 2011 with a company called National Reimbursement Center in Archie, Georgia. We had them in place since 2011, and in early 2016, they were actually acquired by another company. Our contract was able to be assigned, which was a provision of our contract, and it did get assigned to another company. And in the process of all the shuffling around of all that information, changing providers, going through the process, I'll be honest with you, I made a mistake. The contract that we had actually it was a 3-year contract with 1-year renewal. A little unbeknownst to me, and apparently unbeknownst to the company that the contract was assigned to, there was a limit on the number of times that it could automatically renew. So essentially, we've been on a month-to-month contract with the billing company since early part of this year. And Chester and I talked about it, and we felt like the cleanest way to end this contract with this current company and to cover the time period that we've been month to month was to modify the existing contract and extend the current contract until December 31st, 2016. So forgive me if I duplicate your papers that you already got in your agenda package. I want to make sure you had a copy of those. So the first thing we're actually requesting is a modification of our existing contract, extending it until December 31st, 2016, with a company we're now known as Credit Bureau Systems, who was the assignee of that contract. Is that close, Chester? Is that quick?
Let me just, what was passed out is a modification of service agreement, ambulance transport billing, and it has attached to it, and I'm afraid what happened is another copy of the very same thing got attached to it, when it really should have the original agreement that Warren mentioned as he made his introduction here, the one that began in 2011. So we would just need to understand that that exhibit or the attachment would need to be replaced with what's referred to as Exhibit 1, which is the original 2011 agreement. And we can take care of that easy enough.
You happy with everything, Warren?
Yes, sir.
It's the same thing? Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second discussion.
Got a quick question, Warren.
Yes,
Do you know offhand what we paid them?
It's 4.9% of net worth.
You know what that was? I guess the reason I'm asking this is it makes sense still to pay them over having to do it in-house. I know it's easier to do it.
We don't want to do it in-house. We feel like the liability of dealing with particularly Medicare, Medicaid, the learning curve that we have with those folks, I think it's better off to do it.
Just follow from Jim's question, I trust your judgment completely, but that 4.9%, would that hire an employee or two?
Probably not, because we budgeted $1.25 million on net collections this year, which we may be up a little bit on that.
So that's going to bring in $50,000.
Right, but the issue is you really need to separate those two. You need to separate the billing from collections. You don't want the same people doing billing as you do collections, just for accounting purposes. So that would be a whole new division, a whole new person, different place outside of my office. We've been there.
And the thing I think is an important point, to keep up those Medicaid, Medicare, we have a motion and a second. We did get a second.
With that change.
For the change.
Yeah, motion second, other discussion. Hearing that, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Thank you, Warren.
Now, Mr. Chairman, with that being said, at the point that we've ended a contract with this company effective December 31st, 2016, we need a new contract to go forward. So, of course, we did go through a new process and received some proposals from our existing company, which is known as AMB, Ambulance Medical Billing, which is a division of this credit bureau system. We actually searched for proposals from 2 other companies just to make sure that we were getting the best bang for our buck. And in the process, we found that there was another company, which is actually based in North Carolina, that actually offered us a better rate than the original company was going to in the review. AMB, which is actually the contract that we just modified, they proposed 6.4% for a new contract. We had another company, and they're out of Kentucky. We had another company called Colleton Software Systems out of South Carolina. They proposed 6.4%. EMS Management Consultants proposed 5.1%. Now, I will tell you that that's 0.2% higher than the 4.9% that we currently have. However, one of the things they're going to do for us is they're going to provide for us free of charge the EMS charting software that we pay for out of our budget now to get our information into the system. And they're going to pay for an interface for us to it's called an ESO interface, which will hook us into the mission hospital's record system so that when people change insurance information there and all their pertinent information like name, address, and all that stuff, it'll cross over to our system. So there's some benefits for them having that. And they're also going to provide us some hardware, some G-Tech, not laptop computers, but basically tablet computers so we can collect our medical necessity signatures and our refusal signatures electronically instead of having to do the paper copies. With all that being said, roughly the $2,500 and $3,500 increase, depending on what kind of revenue we bring in, will probably still save us. Our software is about $4,000 a year, plus our interface is about $1,500 a year. So even though this particular percentage rate's a little higher, we're probably still going to break even or save money because of what they're going to provide us for free. So our recommendation is to enter into an agreement with EMS Medical Consultants to do our ambulance building effective January 1st, 2017.
Were they at them?
North Carolina.
January 1st, 2017.
Commissioner Taylor's liaison has made a motion to accept this recommendation. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Is that all you had, Warren?
No, I have one more.
You got the FEMA?
If y'all will remember, y'all remember in our budget process, we actually have a $400,000 capital project budgeted for improvements to our radio system. We're moving along with what we would consider the process to go out for proposals for that system. We're pretty sure that we know what we're going to want. We're probably going to go with a digital system that's connected by microwave sites. We're going to piggyback off some highway patrol sites. We've already asked them for approval to use their sites. We did a proposal to the fire chiefs back in October to explain to them what we're looking for. And I have a big PowerPoint presentation, but we're not even going to entertain the policy for this tonight. But essentially, it will be a trunk system that will make really effective use of 4 frequencies. And what we think we'll do the first year is we'll be able to identify 1 or 2 sites that really need some improvement. One of them probably going to be in Highlands. Make some infrastructure changes to the towers there, and probably one other place down here probably. And make the microwave connectivity between those sites so that we can build a smart radio system. You don't have to pick Pine Springs Tower or Cali Tower or Stula Tower. It can pick that for you. However, we also did it when we went into that technology. We knew this in the budget process. When we switched to digital technology, there are some equipment out there that our end users have, what we call subscriber units, portable radios, mobile radios, fire department, EMS has, that could be non-compatible with a digital system. We've been encouraging folks to upgrade their stuff and be prepared, but there's still some old stuff. So, when we did our budget this year, we planned to set aside $100,000 of that $400,000 to do a basic assortment of that equipment. We had that discussion with one of the fire departments, discussed about buying radios. We said, we'll budget $100,000, we'll give you a basic assortment of stuff to get you started on our system. Well, we also knew we were going to try and pursue some grant money. So we actually went through the process and figured out that Macon County EMS and the local fire departments in conjunction can apply for an assistance to firefighters grant through it's a FEMA grant through the federal government. We looked at our equipment, we figured out what it would take for all of them to replace everything across the board for those folks. And we came up with a figure. And that figure is $1,097,500. When you break that down, that comes out to 487 portable radios, 222 mobile radios, 10 mobile repeaters. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of money. That's way more money than we anticipated ever spending out of our pocket. However, 10% match for us, and the way that split works out, our split would be $99,772. So what we're asking for is permission to apply for this grant. We can take the $100,000 that we had set aside to buy a few pieces of equipment for these departments. And if we receive this grant, which we're not going to know until at least May of next year, we've leveraged that into a little over $1 million worth of equipment.
It's already in your budget.
It's already ready to go. The $100,000 is already in our budget. We're not going to be buying any equipment before then anyway, so it's not going to hold our project up any. We might as well give it a shot and see if we can leverage it in $1 million. Now, some of that equipment that those folks have that we'd replace piece for piece is outdated. It's probably not going to work on a new system. However, if some folks have listened to us, there's going to be a portion of equipment out there, depending on the technology that we go with, that may be compatible with the system. At that point, when we swap piece for piece, we'll have some other stuff coming back in we could redistribute to some of these other agencies that can't be included on this. One big agency we have that cannot be included in the AFG program is law enforcement. They have their own rules and own systems and their own pot of money through the Department of Justice. But we'll have access to that equipment. We'll leverage that money even more. We'll take that stuff that's compatible, we'll recycle it to some other agencies that can use it and save ourselves even more money down the road. So essentially, I know it's been a long night, and I apologize for not getting this before now, but we just finished this about 2 days ago, to be honest with you, to get all the details down on this federal grant, and we still got to tweak it before we push the button. But what we're actually requesting is to be able to apply for that grant for $1,097,500, with our match being $99,772, which will come out of the $100,000 that we had already set aside for travel.
So in essence, since you're not asking for any new money, what you're really asking for is a potential change of line item, of budget commitment, is what you're asking for. A potential budget commitment.
Yeah, if the grant's awarded, we'll definitely have to come back and do $1 million budget amendment.
And some of those funds require affirmative action of the board authorizing the grant application. If that's the case here.
Well, I just got one question. Let's say they come back and say, well, we can't authorize the grant for $1,097,000, but we'll give you $600,000. So would you parlay this and you would say, well, you know, we'll take the $600,000 and this we'll see what we can do with $600,000. Will that hinder you? I mean, it will destroy everything you had in.
We're going to build the system, and we knew this system was going to be at least a 2-year project, so we know that it's going to take us at least at this point, this fiscal year, to get the microwave system connected. Then the radio part's going to come very quickly after that. So that's why we want to get this grant in now, because we know it'll be made before we hear anything at least. It won't hold us up. We'll be right on time about the time we need to pick our equipment. This answer will come yes or no. At that point, we'll go back and say, okay, well, now we've got this pot of money, this is what we're going to do. If we don't, we'll go back to our original plan of using $100,000 to do that basic set of equipment for folks, finish the build out of the system, and move on. And I really and truly apologize for giving you this paperwork. And Paul, I know you hate to get stuff at the last minute, but I swear I tried. I promise you, we tried.
No new money though, right here.
They're asking for a potential budget.
Right, and the permission to apply for the grant.
10 cents on the dollar.
Consensus or actual motion?
I need a motion. Motion second, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
You're going to go back through this before you send it out.
Yes.
I got away from it.
We
I
have
do
to give it
appreciate
bank
you.
account info.
I don't mind you bringing a lot of paperwork, they're not asking for it out of budget.
Did you do that? Did you do this?
That's what we saw that.
I just don't want you to violate one of these acts on the front. There's only 15 on it.
Thank you for a lot of
Great job,
things.
Warren, thank you.
Thank you for not only this.
Good job, Steve.
When you hear people set up here at been part there for 35 years, saying it's probably the best EMS ever worked with.
The guy told me,
Thank you,
Mike, what's his name? He said it's best operation, county operation ever.
Should have been there Sunday morning, because one after the other stood up there and spoke. I guess they had, what, 8 of them spoke?
Yeah.
Good
job.
Pretty good.
Todd, it looks like Otto is going to get a new resident and a new fire chief.
Say it again?
Looks like they'll get a new resident and a new fire chief.
Oh, really?
According to that last search.
According to that list? But that's okay.
Those are fill-ins to it.
They got Barack Obama listed as the fire chief. He's looking for a new house.
He bothered you about 14 minutes.
All right, let's keep moving. We got Kim Angel, Transit Services. We have a resolution for amended 5317 contract. Kim.
Yes, we do.
Sorry to keep you here all night.
So moved.
No, we do. It's just, you usually ask for a motion. Motion second. So much easier. We actually, this is some federal money that was supposed to go away, and they still had this little bit in a pot down there in Raleigh, and I happened to snoop around and find it and said, we really need to keep this money so I can keep my second mountain gym route running. So they said, well, you have to do a budget amendment, you have to ask for it, and then so I did. It's been basically approved, and now I just need you to pass the resolution so that the county manager can
lifetime contract, we can extend it. It's a supplemental contract, basically. So we can extend the existing contract. It's the same one I had. It's, let me see, 15, FY 15. It's an extension of that same.
As liaison to transportation, I concur, and I would recommend entertain a motion. I can't make it, but I'll entertain it. Motion second to approve the amended 5317 contract. Discussion.
Just
Resolution.
That's a resolution.
Yeah, resolution. Just so you know, it does say there's a 50% match, and we use other, you can use other things and some donations as match. Just wanted to clarify that.
Other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Is that all you have, Kim?
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Before Kim sits down, Mr. Chairman, I think Ms. Shields and I would like to both say how much we appreciate her help on Veterans Day and the transportation of the veterans to the rededication of Nat Henry Bridge. We can't thank him enough. And also, if you don't know, Kim's personnel and the Macon County employees suffered a tragic loss the same day. It's been a very tough week at Kim's place of business. And that whole department needs to be remembered in our pride, and especially our employees who suffered a tragic loss. And so, Kim, your whole department in our pride. We can't thank you enough for what you did, and make sure that there has a comment on that too.
Appreciate all that you've done, all transportation and stuff. Thank you. I also say thank you to the commission for allowing us to use your vehicle for that purpose.
We are always looking for ways to support projects that we can. Obviously, that is one of those that is considered exempt under the federal regulations. So we were extremely happy. We focused a lot on better transportation. I think Mr. Shields, you were not here, but our $500,000 grant that was put in our software was actually to do with transportation. So we do everything we can to support veterans in the county, and we're certainly glad to be part of it. We never have a problem getting somebody to say, I'll work that holiday. Ever. So, and I have a number of veterans who work for me.
Okay.
Thanks, Kim.
For everything. You do a great job.
Very much.
And I'll be speaking your liaison.
I miss you being my liaison, but, you know, you can be a representative, so it's not like you get to ditch us. I know my way to roll.
Well, and the new chairman will have the responsibility of signing liaisons in January. So. Or actually December. Okay, thank you, Kim. Public health.
Diane King.
Ms. Keener, I'm assuming you're Jim Bruckner.
Yeah.
Danny Keith.
There was a Board of Health meeting tonight.
No, he's at home.
He's at home.
Don't be fooled. He's been.
And if you guys will, I'll just let him know that I'm here at
So, Diane, won't you hear that board commission meeting? We'll take 5 minutes.
Okay, we've got 3 things to bring before you. Some additional charges, and it seems like every single time that I'm up here, we have new fees that we need to present to you. And to be very honest with you, this was one of my tasks, and I left some of them out last time, so I guess that's the reason I didn't come. But we do need to add, with the flu season started, we need to add a flu test and all of those travel tests that right now are being provided without the patient being charged. But you could go to the Zika's and the West Miles.
Pull that mic straight for me. There you go.
There's nobody here.
No, we can hear you. Carl couldn't hear you back. He's a commissioner in training. He needs to hear.
So all of those lab fees are brand new fees. The vaccine fees are just in line with what we're having to pay for them. And then animal services, service fees of, you didn't actually have to define like this, so these are new fees as well for animal services. Anybody? Anything they'd like to ask about those? I want to bring out that the special events, the sponsor event fee, we can't actually have a number there because we have to participate with, okay, if you will do this for $30, we would like to have you a part of it. So that's what that means with the sponsor fee. Okay, so that's the fees.
Paul?
Motion approved.
Okay. Motion coming from the liaison and second by Shield. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Regional diabetes.
We have had a regional grant going on with Region 1, which is Transylvania, Haywood West, with the DPP program, the Diabetes Prevention Program, and Mountain Wise. This is just an addition to that to focus on minority health. And again, this was a very short turnaround. We only had 2 weeks to get this together and submit it. So I do apologize that this has already been submitted. So we're just asking for your guys' support and approval on it. We have not used any of the money, but we have been granted this grant. A lot of the money will be spent in Jackson and Swain simply because of the reservation and the high rate of diabetes on the reservation. But with us being the facilitating agent, we will at least get 10% of the grant to stay in the county. Well, it's a prevention program for pre-diabetes before it turns into type 2. Right. That's the main focus.
Motion approved.
A motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Program changes step up.
Yeah, family planning. We have provided family planning services at the health department forever and ever and ever. This year they have changed that funding and we had to apply for it. And again, it was due October the 31st and we found out about it October 15th. So they opened it up to federally qualified health centers and other services that wanted to apply for it. For some reason, the health departments were really the only ones that wanted to apply for it because of the reporting requirements. So again, it's a $29,000 grant over a 3-year period. So I know that's not a whole lot of money, but it will continue the family planning services that we've been able to offer for so many years.
Make a motion, and we'll have a question.
Motion's approved. A motion and a second. Discussion.
Hey, known you a long time. This has been on my head for a long time. You're not the appropriate person probably to ask me. Family planning. Does any money go to unwanted pregnancies? How do we know?
No, it does not. It is preventive services only and education.
Thank you for answering that question.
And I will say, the health department, Mr. Chairman, we are working on a program that maybe 70% of the people who would come in that pregnant with unmarried pregnancies or have substance abuse problems. We have a mental health person, hopefully, our full-time. We're working diligently at that. Not a penny to the county, but to have them on in the health department to offer services to that person. So to not only carry that baby to term, but to give them, give that mother and that child, because those people are addicted. So we're working on that. No problem in the county, so
Thank you.
that'll be a big deal.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for saying this. Do we vote? No. Oh, we didn't. Motion second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Good job, Diane.
Back to 11A, consideration of agreement with East Coast Risk Management County Manager and Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know Mike is going to talk about this briefly. I'll try to be as brief as possible. As you know, we had the board asked us first around in about January when we were looking into the budget process to look at, assess the feasibility for the county to hire a PIO. During the budget, we did assess that prior to budget time, the need for that, and that has been included at the front page. This was how this started. Mike and I, in assessing this, did talk, as he will allude to. I performed an evaluation using 2015 School of Government data, which basically takes all 100 counties and lists the positions and average salaries. What we saw with that analysis was for your PIOs, you've got a PIO in 23 counties, as it says here at the bottom on the first page. The average salary for a PIO is about $62,517, and within those 23 counties where you have a PIO, the average population is 221,000. Currently, how we operate, the Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff handles all media interaction between the Sheriff's Department and the Detention Center. Also found in this analysis that the Health Department currently has 3 employees that have received formal FEMA PIO training and are authorized to respond to media by the Health Department. Each of these employees, I spoke with Jim Bruckner at the time, continues to work towards receiving their master level PIO certification per the FEMA guidelines. They handle everything for the Health Department, and in situations such as the disaster that's occurring right now, they have handled all the press releases, media releases, so on and so forth, the air awareness Facebook updates per the Health Department Facebook page, etc. Department of Social Services, same thing. They have had an employee who has received prior PIO training and has been designated as the official PIO for the Department of Social Services. And in emergency management, our director, Mr. Warren Cave, he handles all the media interaction involving the counties, involving county, particularly in adverse weather conditions, and does a good job communicating with the media there. The conclusion that I came to when we were evaluating the PIO, and again, this was prior to the budget, while we were growing, I don't feel like that we have grown to a need or at a place where that the county could utilize the services to the maximum of a full-time PIO. The process we have in place is working and is sufficient for responding to the need. Mike and I then talked, and he and I discussed the fact that there was a lot of things that the county needed to do in HR that Mike needed to be freed up some to begin on working more strategically with the organization. Particularly, our personnel policy needs to be rewritten. It's outdated. It has many things that need to be fixed. Many items in that personnel policy are in disrepair. Mike needed to have some time to get attention focused on that. At the same time, we needed to revamp our safety committee and become OSHA compliant in all safety aspects. That is becoming huge. About every listserv you see on the county manager listserv, OSHA compliance, the training, you got to have it documented, you got to be certified, so on and so forth. So we looked at hiring an entry-level HR position that would serve to eliminate some of the day-to-day things that were taking away from our current HR department's time, to where they were not able to look again strategically at the organization. So when you look at the 15-16 School of Government data for human resources departments across the state, this has taken all 100 counties into consideration based on the data they provided. You can look here, there's 71 HR directors. It goes into analysts, HR techs, risk managers, safety coordinators. But in these departments, there are 302 that was listed on this data across the state in HR department. Divide that by 100 counties, it's about 3.02 employees per HR department when you span it out over 100 counties. So it does make sense there, based on this information here, where, hey, it's not out of line that Human Resources Department have 3 employees to handle the day-to-day operations in human resources. Let's look at the cost of that entry-level position. And again, moving right along on this second page here, when you look at the total compensation package, this would have been a $32,000 a year employee. You look at add benefits on top of that, then you're looking at total compensation of $45,000 per year. You add in the training, $4,000 a year. Your travel, $2,000, supplies, $3,500. That's new computer, phone, etc. That'll bring you to about $54,500 for the total cost of that new entry-level position, and that's everything. The primary duties of this position, as I mentioned, the primary things that Mike and I discussed were, hey, we need an entry-level position to maintain our files and records, to process employee action forms, to assist with open enrollment, to enter information into the computer. And we looked at preparing an employee newsletter, which, we've been wanting to do that. That's something Mike, again, has been wanting to do. Felt like that this position could free that up, and we'll allow him to work on this and other various projects, just like I mentioned. The personnel policy rewrite, the safety committee, and again, other items. So that was one option, the new entry-level employee at $54,500 a year. Secondary option was a third-party human resources outsourcing firm. This is East Coast Risk Management. It is again, third-party HR. It's based out of Pennsylvania. It has a regional office in Charlotte, which does give them a presence in North Carolina. It has 47 employees. It has 16 clients in North Carolina, some of which I've listed. Benco Steel, which is based out of Hickory. Davidson Water, the town of Forest City. Raleigh Precision Products. The top 3 employers that it currently serves is Schuylkill Health Systems. And again, those were just those clients named were out of North Carolina. They have 1,200 full-time employees, the Schuylkill Health Systems. Quincy Medical Group, 750 full-time employees. In the county of Greene, 375 employees. That's a little bit about them. In researching outsourcing HR altogether, I was looking at publications. You look at things like in the Wall Street Journal, and HR outsourcing is becoming huge. It is a trend that is catching on in the private sector, and it is continuing to grow, just because technology has made it possible for firms to handle and manage so much of the day-to-day activities, and it allows your HR department that's internal to begin focusing more strategically. So what will this company do for us? And this is specific. I can say that once Mike had came to me with this recommendation, Chester, myself, Mike, have had conference calls with the president of the company. The president of the company's been up here. We've sat down, went over the contract to a point where Chester's comfortable with it. And again, following Mike's recommendation, we sat down and looked at that. The day-to-day, what will they do in this contract? They will prepare and maintain our OSHA 300 and 300A reports. Mike can talk about the ins and outs of that. They will provide all of our needed training and training documentation and certifications for all county departments. And this is training that is both department specific for those departments such as transit that has driving requirements, the sheriff's department and health department bloodborne pathogen training, as well as organization-wide trainings. So not only those trainings for departments that are specialized, they'll also provide the training and documentation department-wide, sexual harassment, workplace violence, etc. They'll document this on their server, store it, and it will be organized and made available for our HR staff to access. These required trainings, again, they're becoming increasingly scrutinized, increasingly important. They will reestablish the safety committee and provide oversight, and the county will be assigned a safety professional. And not only are these trainings appropriate, are these trainings and the appropriate documentation for these trainings, it's required by state and federal law. Just like it says in the contract, a better trained workforce is, of course, a safer workforce and can potentially bring down our property and liability claims. They also provide Mike access to a 24-hour legal advice on all personnel-related issues. And again, the legal advice was vetted through Chester. Chester's has discussions with the attorney at East Coast Risk Management. went over the scope of those services. And, you know, this appealed, I think, to Mike, as he will tell you, and what he came to me with, and Chester, you know, was if we have a personnel issue, a lot of times the way the law is, and Chester can attest, personnel issue needs to be handled by a personnel lawyer. And a lot of times Chester said, you know, if you call me with a personnel issue, I'm going to turn it over, or I will look at it, and if it's something I can't handle, then it makes more sense for me to turn it to a $500 an hour personnel lawyer. He can handle it $600 an hour personnel lawyer, and let them handle it in 3 hours, or I can take 5 days looking at it because I don't specialize in it. So that was another thing that appealed to me about this. Another thing that appealed to me about this option was they manage the workman's compensation claims. This would have accounted for a large portion of that new employee's job duties. They would have been managing and tracking workman's compensation claims. They also provide DOT compliance review for improvements and make recommendations for improvements and corrections. And Kim, we've went over that with her. She's taken a look at it, reviewed that with them. That is something that she is currently doing that will alleviate a burden off of her department with these training opportunities. And lastly, background checks. The sheriff, we used to do our background checks with the sheriff's department. Due to a change in state law, we can no longer use that portal to do background checks, is my understanding. So we checked with a couple companies. The best price we had got for background checks was $35 a person. So from now on, when we hire a new employee, it's $35 to do a background check. This company will do our background checks for $3 a person, for $30 a person, excuse me. So, big picture, they'll completely rewrite or modify the personnel policy and include any updates as we need them. They will do the safety training, documentation, the reduction in legal fees through the 24-hour availability to an attorney. They will assure the OSHA compliance through these trainings, these safety opportunities. It will reduce our property and liability claims. And then again, not only is it going to help us with this day-to-day stuff, it's going to provide an HR professional out of the HR staff that is going to assist us and be assisting Mike with these big projects. So what is the price? And what if we're dissatisfied? These are the questions that I had, and that's what I'm just reviewing them for y'all. So the price is $3,000 a month, $36,000 a year. If we're not satisfied, we can cancel it 30 days written notice. So other items for consideration. Currently our accounting, this was all taken into consideration in evaluating this, our accounting software Munis is fully capable of automating personnel action forms, timesheets, and leave requests. Each of these processes are currently being performed on paper and were a large part of that new employee's job description, was keying these things. But we had Munis come in and evaluate our software. These are things that our software is capable of doing right now. And all we have to do is be trained, and we can be doing all this manually and take paperwork out of the process. We're just doing paperwork because when Munis was implemented the first time, they never issued the proper training, and so we're doing it how it's been done, and we've always kept doing it just because we ain't had time to change. And it's just been on and on and on, where we have these things right there at our fingertips. Also, our IT department is in the process of working with HR right now to automate the employee personnel packets. Again, this is currently handled on paper and face-to-face interaction, but this was, again, a large part of that new employee's job description. But automating this stuff, making it paperless, is going to take that away. So in conclusion, you know, the things I looked at was East Coast Risk Management, as this third-party firm, would assist us with the current day-to-day needs of our department, which would have otherwise required an entry-level position. East Coast Risk Management will act as an additional HR professional when assisting us in fulfilling these organizational needs that we're talking about strategically that remain unmet. Our safety committee, our personnel policy rewrite, the documentation, proper training. East Coast, in doing this, is again goes back to the strategically. And at $36,000 a year, we're receiving all this at 34% less than the $54,500 if we would have hired an entry-level employee. Lastly, if we're not satisfied, we can cancel the contract within 30 days' notice. So that's my evaluation
think you're gonna be tied up for a year, but
After a year with 30 days notice.
So this is a 1-year contract?
but we're gonna, they guaranteed the rate for 3 years.
They've guaranteed the rate for 3, but gave us a out.
It's a 1 year, you can get out after 1 year with notice.
And that was one thing that we did negotiate. So, and I was just, that is from start to finish, the process. Again, Mike came to me with this recommendation. I evaluated both the options. And, you know, with Mike's recommendation as a department head, knowing what he needs in his department, man, after this evaluation, I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't support that recommendation from HR. However, you know, there is, I understand. I understand, number one, I already, and I've tried to explain it as thorough as possible, but I know, you know, this is something that is new. It is new, but it gives us a chance to try it for a year. Might be the best thing that ever happened. Having access to the legal professional, to the helping us rewrite the personnel policy, that alone will cost $30,000. If you outsource the personnel policy for a rewrite or a redo, that alone will be $30,000. The Sheriff's Department, their policies that they just rewrote were $36,000. Granted, they're a lot deeper, a lot more technical, but again, we had the money budgeted, it was there. I just wanted to bring this to y'all's attention. And Mike, if you want to speak to the board about your...
Did you call Jerry Jones of Greene County and ask him how it worked?
They've never been in Greene County.
So it says here.
That's not Greene County, North Carolina.
Where's Greene County at?
I think it's in Ohio.
Did you call?
I did call Forest City, talked to the president, then again, the manager for Forest City, who's now retired, spoke very highly of this organization. And I'm just, you know, the money was budgeted, and I just feel like, you know, that I owed it to y'all because it was in the budget as a position. And after evaluating it and going through it with Mike's recommendation, it would be changing from a position to a contract. But whereas the position was $54,500, this was $36,000, and it offers these this array of services.
They don't do no counties in North Carolina.
Got town of Forest City, I think, is the only municipal body in North Carolina right now. Got Davison Water, which has similar kinds of issues to what we have. And I went through that concern with them and asked them, are you equipped or will you be equipped to deal with the particular concerns that North Carolina counties have? And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that, and I think they were prepared to be prepared.
Yeah, this was not, I mean, how long we went back and forth on this?
I guess what I need to say is when I first got it, between me and this board, I was a little skeptical of it. But the more I talked with them, the more information I got, frankly, the more excited I got about the prospect of the county doing it. Probably one of the things that excited me the most about it, you know, I hadn't heard a lot about it tonight, was the access to additional HR professionals, plural, including an attorney who practices in this field and this field alone. That's, in my opinion, very, very valuable to this county. If you watch trends in the practice of law, in doing what I do, you are seeing more and more personnel issues and to have good counsel on the front end of a personnel problem will save this county a lot of money. And the beauty about it is you've prepaid it, so there's not any concern where Mike's saying, do I call Chester on this one? You know, can we afford to call Chester on this one? Yeah, you can afford to call Renee on this one. Renee is her name. You can call Renee. You can call Renee as much as you want to. You can email Renee as much as you want.
We don't have a contract.
No, I mean, I was just, we do have a contract to enter into with them. It would be the board authorizing me to enter into that contract. But, again.
Do you have actual people will come and do?
Yeah, actual boots on the ground.
How often?
As often as needed. But we will, how it will roll out, and I asked him about this, how it will roll out, it would start on the 15th. They would come in, meet with all the department heads, get the specialized trainings that were needed with the departments, get their schedules worked out with them, the overall organizational trainings, get everything worked out with them, and get a schedule set up to come and do the trainings. They would introduce Mike to the software that these trainings and documentation will be certified on, or that will be housed on. In January, when our OSHA 300 logs are due, they'll come in and do our OSHA 300 logs. Workman's comp claims, they will manage from start to finish. And that is day to day. Now, our personnel policy rewrite and safety committee, they will come in, gather the safety committee, have the agenda, have everything moving forward to what we need to take this committee. They will get that committee started, get it flowing, and then turn it to Mike.
Did they say they could rewrite the personnel policy in the first year?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then provide any updates that are needed for the next two. And like I said, that alone, and I'm like Chester, I was skeptical of this too. But now if they can, if in looking at it and researching it, if they can do all this for $36,000, we hit a home run. I mean, you hire an entry-level person, it's $54,500. And I mean, I think that for the value we're getting just in the personnel policy rewrite alone would pay for it. Is that right, Mike?
Well, the personnel policy is not going to be that much to rewrite, but it's an important piece. It's not going to cost $30,000.
Well, I'm just going off of what the sheriff had.
Those are operating procedures,
right.
Is what they were talking
right.
about,
and
which are, if you've ever seen it, it's voluminous.
Yeah, I've looked at it. But our personnel policy wouldn't be that far off.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be that much money. I'm certain of that. But it would be a significant sum of money.
I'll make a motion to go with the East Coast Risk Management Program. It's for 1 year.
It's for 1 year.
Then we make it, when you say it can go to 3 years, then they can up the price.
No, we're locked in on that.
Now, Lori mentioned, that is correct. We're locked in to the price for 3 years. Lori made a comment, she was looking at the contract, and she wanted to make sure the commissioners were aware that if you brought them here, they are going to be reimbursed their travel expense.
That's not right. That's not. It says that in the contract, and I mentioned that to Mike Lucart, the president. And that is not the normal course of business when they're coming and doing these trainings and traveling here to set up these safety committees and to come in as needed and as called for to do the things in this policy. Then it is included in the fee. Now, there again, if they start, that's the beauty of this contract. Because if we get hamstrung on something like this, I mean,
they also have a provision in there that basically says not everything under the sun is covered by this contract. There are additional services that are beyond the scope of the contract that they can provide, and if you request those, you're going to pay for those.
But the 30 days doesn't start till after the first year.
I would just suggest, like this is the first time I've looked at it, and it just caught my eye, because it says, the client will pay for travel and expenses in connection with the performance of services under this agreement. So if the president told you something different, I think we need to get the contract modified.
I wasn't aware that there had been that conversation.
I'm sure they will monitor.
I'm just looking out for us of not having these unknown travel.
Yeah, I'm sure
we don't want to be hit with these unexpected travel expenses.
Wait until that change is made and then do it, or
If they told the manager they could do it, we can
I think
approve
you
it upon
just approve
that,
it subject to that
subject to
change.
that change.
Okay. We have a motion, did somebody second it? No. We need a second.
You want to change your motion, Mr. Shields, to that?
I thought we did, saying that had to be changed.
Okay.
And that was, that's why
And
I
that's your-
changed my motion.
And that's your motion.
Subject to this being changed,
Okay.
what Lloyd brought out there.
Do we have a second for
There's
that?
a discrepancy in what something was said.
I'll second it. I'm already sold on them. I'm getting ready to hire them for my company, so.
I think a lot of companies
Are
are
you
already
really?
doing this. I think a lot of companies are.
I mean,
School boards are doing it.
Was
It's
that not
such a
about?
highly specialized area, and the cost of making a mistake will far exceed $36,000.
We have a motion and a second discussion.
Just one question, Chester. Did they say if it does, if you have, we've had this, of course, in our county since I've been on this board, will their attorney defend?
No,
No.
no. They will not
Just
litigate.
advise.
They'll not litigate. They are available for telephone consultation. They are available for email consultation. I will tell you, if your HR person takes advantage of this service and deals with these problems on the front end and utilizes this service early and often, you're not going to be in litigation nearly as often. And that's a very positive thing. First of all, you're getting things done right instead of having to go back and fix things possibly. It's
I mean, managing it will fall, while it's managing this service and making sure that we're maximizing this service will fall directly under mine.
We looked at it and talked about it at great length. I had a very good conversation with their attorney, and the way we look at it, as well as Mike Lookhart, we realized that they are not going to be the end all for HR for Macon County. But what we do think, and what I think will pan out, is they're going to be an extremely good resource for Mike. Instead of Mike flying blind on some things or saying, I'm pretty sure I know how to do this, or I'm pretty good on this, or he don't have to do that anymore. He can pick up the phone and call these people, this is what I'm getting ready to do. Is this going to be okay?
All right. Any other discussion?
I think it gives him time to do another job that he can focus
Absolutely.
on.
It takes quite a bit off his plate.
And that's what we were trying to accomplish. And at the same time, if we can do these
When
big
they need
ticket
an
items.
answer
We're more efficient.
30 minutes ago, they're going to get it now instead of calling me, and I'm going to say, I've got to research it, I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to come quicker.
Other discussion?
If it doesn't, then
If it doesn't, we get
we'll
out.
get out and we have the money budgeted to hire an entry-level position.
Go different path next time. Other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now back over to the other side of the page, roof replacement at Macon County Multipurpose Group Home.
I'll be with you in 1 second, Mr. Chairman. I've got so many papers over here that, what this is Venetia Carr with the North Carolina Department of Juvenile Justice has sent me an email. Basically what's going to happen is the Macon County Group Purpose Home that they own, located at 1950 Lakeside Drive, the roof is in need of repair. To that end, Department of Public Safety is seeking approval from the Macon County Manager and the Macon County Board of Commissioners to replace the roof at the Macon County Multipurpose Home at no expense to the county. Per Deputy Commissioner William Laster, Department of Public Safety, all DPS will cover all costs associated with the roof replacement.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion second, discussion.
Aye.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Mr. Shields, you vote yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll,
Could I have just said free roof?
1950 Lakeside Drive.
Hey, it's 10 to 11. You get anything. All right. Consider it, we already did that. Holiday schedule, Mike.
Once again, for 2017, we're simply following the state holiday schedule as we normally do and have done in years past.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion second, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. That passes. Parking agreement.
Parking agreement, Mr. Chairman, what this is working with the Lutheran Church, especially Mr. Tim Johnson, who has offered to give us the employees of the Macon County Senior Services of 13 parking spots, which we desperately need. There are some stipulations. It's for staff only. We do have to supply a gate to keep our employees from having to walk down through the road. The gate will be of height. It does not demand a lot. They have asked for a meeting with the staff to make sure they understand, because it is a play area there for the children. They sent, their attorney sent an agreement. Chester reviewed that agreement, made a few changes, sent it back. They have agreed to that with an email today. So what this board, we just need agreement from this board that we do enter into an agreement with them, with the Lutheran Church at no cost. The only cost to us would be to furnish the gate, and that we accept what it says is basically that we hold them no liability to the church, hold harmless to the church for let us park. We desperately need these parking spots, as a manager and everybody there can attest to. We appreciate the church so much for giving us this opportunity. So with that, I make a motion that we enter into agreement with them and give the county manager and the attorney the ability to finalize this agreement.
We have a motion and a second. Use of the parking spaces as indicated. Discussion.
How many parking spaces?
13.
13.
Other discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Paul, you missed your roof replacement free.
I can't believe
okay.
it's $50,000. I can't believe that, Rick.
Put down that
Potential property acquisition. It's not what we talked about, something different.
Yeah, and I had that mortgage satisfaction for John Fay.
okay.
If y'all want to give me 30 seconds to do that.
Absolutely.
John Fay contacted me, advised me that Roy, Beatty, and wife had fulfilled their obligations under their promissory note and deed of trust in connection with the housing program. They had got some assistance for housing rehabilitation. They have met all the conditions to have that loan basically counted of record as per John Fay. I have prepared the necessary satisfaction of security interest, and if the board is in agreement to do that, we will authorize the chairman and clerk of the board to execute the satisfaction of security interest.
Okay. Sounds good. So you're recommending a closed session based on?
Do you need a motion?
Need a motion.
Sorry. Sorry.
Did you make a motion or take?
I thought you did.
I did.
Second.
I just
Second.
did.
Motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Get that signed before
That
y'all.
motion passes.
Okay.
Let me say before we go into closed session, that was the last vote that I'll ask for. Since I'm officially retired from this board, I have
Except to recess.
to recess. I have thoroughly enjoyed being on this board, have thoroughly enjoyed working with each one of you guys. One of the finest boards I can imagine anywhere, and you guys, I'll miss you. Working with the folks in the legislature, I don't think will be as fun, but I think in the end it'll be rewarding. So, with that
You don't have
said,
enough fingers and toes to count that high, Kevin. For that vote.
you just add a few zeros. Oh yeah, here you got to count to 3. There you got to count to 61.
We appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you,
guys.
Kevin.
All right, I'll be at.
Oh yeah, they do that every day. It's a month. They do a daily briefing schedule every single day.
Yeah, but they get these special.
They just invited them to the briefing. Right. I think they just assume you know it's going to be there every day.
But the members of the board, the voting members,
Right.
they have to see the open
Appreciate you.
Motion to recess?
Motion to recess until December 5th, 6:30 PM.
Motion.
Tim, second.
Commissioner Ford, Ruth, West Main Street, Franklin.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. What's that?
Work with a lot of chairs over the years.